Oh, it's a bag apiece.
Okay. City of Rollingwood City Council meeting on Wednesday, September 21st, 2022 will come to order at 6:03 p.m. And we'll call the roll and start with Mr. Robinson.
Here, President Alec Robinson.
Roxanne McKee.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill. We do have a quorum present. And with that, we'll move on to public comment. Are there any public comments? Anyone wishing to speak on anything not on the agenda?
There's no public here to speak.
No public. Kevin's watching. No hand raised. All good. Okay. With that, we will move on to the budget and tax rate portion of our meeting. Agenda item number 2, update and discussion on the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. And members, we have finally come toward the end of the road. You have 2 budgets in front of you for your consideration this evening. And if you'll recall, at last month's budget workshop, we went through, took your temperature on a number of the exceptional items. You made some decisions on those. You made your decisions on the COLAs. If you'll recall, this worksheet, which I believe is posted in.
Yes, that's posted on the budget worksheet page. So that link, the first document there, takes you to that page, and it's the approved as of last month's meeting.
Yes, and it's titled Proposed Exceptional Items FY 2022-2023. These are the decision documents that you used last month. Again, we started that discussion, if you recall, with our base budget sort of intact already. You kind of knew what decisions you were basing those, or what dollar amounts you were basing those decisions on. And that bottom left box in the yellow box, you can see the no new revenue rate optional budget, and then you have your general fund amount available for the voter approval rate. After your decisions were made, you had $55,846 still to the good under a no new revenue rate scenario, and you had $87,795 to the good under a voter approval rate scenario. And so those 2 scenarios now are what are presented to you in the 2 Exhibit A's that you have for consideration tonight. You have your budget, and the reason we did it like this, because you have a decision to make tonight on a final approval. And hello, Ms. Brown.
Hello.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Brown is now on the dice. So you have a decision to make this evening related to the actual budget and a final adoption of that budget. And we've, as you know, worked very methodically through our budget documents up to this point. And so what's before you now is a budget 1, and we provided you 2 cover sheets here. 1 is an Exhibit A under the no new revenue rate, and 1 is an Exhibit A under the voter approval rate. Each of those documents, and I think you've switched them out now, there was a slight
Typo on the no new revenue.
Typo on the no new revenue rate cover sheet previously. But the correct number, I'll just read it. This budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $23,916, which is a 0.92% increase from last year's budget. And importantly, the property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $19,397. So Ashley maybe can explain why the slight discrepancy, but this is under a no new revenue rate scenario, and the vast majority of that additional revenue is actually from new properties coming onto the roll. So for better, more or less, it is a net zero that you'll be considering if you were to adopt that. Under the voter approval rate, this budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $56,103, which is a 2% increase from last year's budget. Again, the property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax rolls this year is $19,635. The decision is yours, council, as to which of these budgets you would like to adopt. the state mandates that we adopt the budget first, and then we'll have a hearing and some discussion later about a tax rate, and then we'll come back in a special meeting in the very near future and have you adopt that tax rate that we'll talk about. But from a practical standpoint, you should understand that the budget that you're adopting tonight more or less really commits you to that tax rate that you will eventually adopt, which is why we gave you these two options. It didn't make sense for us to just bring you one budget that wasn't reflective of the two different scenarios. So that's what you have before you. Again, either one, you're fine to adopt either one. The no new revenue rate, you still have $55,000 of excess, and under the voter approval rate, you have $87,000 of excess. So with that, I will let you have discussion, and then we will open it to a public hearing, and then we will ask you to make a decision. So talk amongst yourselves quickly.
Nobody wants to jump in all at once. Well, I will. I'm leaning toward the no new revenue rate, given that we've got the bond. I think that's gives the citizens of Rollingwood the best opportunity to decide what they prioritize. We can make things work the way they are right now with the no new revenue rate, and if they want to add on fixing and altering some things, they get to choose that. So that's where I'm inclined.
Where did we end up on the COLA?
4%.
4%?
When I was looking through this budget, I was trying to get a handle on how much more is the budget this year versus last year? I mean, is it because of the way we did all this, does it all end up about the same amount? It was hard for me to see that on the way that information is presented. So
I know we can tell you to the exact percentage for each department. I don't know if
Yeah,
we did an
that's what-
overall.
yeah, that's what I was trying to
If we
I mean, you can go
did,
down. I could just go down each department and sort of eyeball
see.
it. The only reason I asked is that I think that last year it looks like, because I guess one of the agenda items we're going to have is like the budget adjustment, and it seems like the budget with the adjustment this year, we're still going to be plus 162,000 or something. I don't remember the exact number. So if we're sort of in line with what we did last year, it seems like we're being conservative, I think, on this. Well, I mean, we don't know what the sales tax will be, but I think the sales tax this year were much higher than we expected. And then the proposed budget for the sales tax is less than what we received this year, it looks like. So there is maybe there's some buffer there, or some, potential for the sales tax to actually be higher than what we're budgeting here, which could give us a little bit of margin as well. So
I've been assured that we are being conservative with our sales tax projections.
yeah.
You're both correct. We are being conservative, and that is by design, and we do think that it'll be more. But we do always want to be cautious, especially with something as volatile or that can be as volatile as sales tax collection. So we do try to, and there is significant inflation. Actions by the Fed are having some effect on that, but you don't know if that's what that's gonna do, if it's gonna boomerang too far the other direction, and so we do try to be conservative about it. Were you able to find a year-over-year number?
I didn't have that total.
I'm
but
sorry,
can
I
get
am
that.
interested in that
Right.
question, actually, Councilman Robinette, and I'm a little surprised that it didn't dawn us at some point to actually do that, because.
Makes sense.
But I will say, just generally speaking, we do run a very tight ship when it comes to the budget, and we do look at the year-over-year numbers, obviously, because we give you those department by department, year-over-year budget numbers. And anytime we see those getting out of whack, we always, in real time, as we're doing those budget action requests, before we bring them to you, we always try to keep those either flat or offset it in another department. So I'm sorry that we don't have that number for you. We will try to find it. But generally speaking, I can tell you that it is not going to be far off from last year's budget.
Yeah, I mean, I just know the process that we went through. I agree with you, because we went, you know, fund by fund.
And we have not asked the departments. 3 years ago, I think we started the process with asking all departments to do like a 5% cut. We have not had to do that in a couple of years. It's always an option where we can start there if we ever feel like we're really going into a new budget year in a tough spot. We haven't had to do that, fortunately, in the last couple of years, but we have done that in the past. So
I mean, I could get him behind the no new revenue rate as well. One other thing I did want to just bring out, because I did the math just for fun earlier. The difference between the two, the proposed, or what is it, the voter approval rate at 0.8 or 0.181, that value compared to the no new revenue rate, it averages out to, for the average house of 1.7 million, it's $40 a year difference. And I think I also did it for every $1 million home valuation. It's basically $22 for every.
it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah. So.
And we'll talk more about this when we get to the rate too, but I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to go look at the state clearinghouse that takes you to the Travis County tax transparency website. It's in fact, Travis County is probably the best one in the state. And so if you haven't had a chance to go look at that, I looked at mine, and based on the proposed rate, which is the voter approval rate that the city at least posted, if you go with a no new revenue rate, it'll be lower than this, but my city taxes actually are going to go down about $500. And I don't know what everyone's experience is a little different in that, but it's significant. And my overall tax, I think, only went up. I think it only went up for $400 or something like that. So it's and that's all a result of the website itself is a result of SB2 from 2019, and the tax compression is a result from HB3 from 2019. So those legislative actions that happened in 2019 are now just fully kind of taking root, and you're starting to experience that in those tax bills. So.
And one more thing, and I think you kind of hinted at this, or you talked about this when you first you opened this item. The no new revenue rate, it's kind of confusing to me, why there's it's not all the new property. There's still a little bit that comes from the existing properties. I don't know the formula that they use.
I will tell you, I'm somewhat immersed in it, and know some of the legislative back history. I don't know the answer to that. I've just got through that was while I was locked in that room back there before we got started. I don't know the answer to that either. Abel, can you try to explain it? I will tell you with great certainty, it is not the legislative intent. When it says no new revenue, it's supposed to be zero.
Yeah, basically the state takes or the county, they do the calculations. They take the properties that were in the tax roll a year ago and look at the levy and try to come up with a tax rate that'll give you the same levy. The only difference is any new properties that came on board, and that's, in our case, it was $10 million worth, and that's about $19,000 in terms of real dollars. that was generated. So basically, that's the intent, and that's what we have.
And
But
that-
Abel, what's the difference in the nexus? So when it says, when I
The
don't
difference
underst-
between the voter approval and the.
Well, no. So the no new revenue rate says that this will raise more revenue from property taxes by $23,000. And then 19,397 of that is because of those new properties that came onto the road. So I get that part.
Right.
But what's that?
Well,
What's
you
that
have to
missing
remember,
$4,000?
changes have been made to that rule that you had a year ago. You had exemptions. Remember talking about a property that was in the rule a year ago. There may have been changes made to that property. Maybe exemptions were applied retroactively to it.
Okay.
Your $1 million house a year ago may be valued differently this year, but remember, it's the same property.
Okay.
So it's the properties that were on the roll a year ago that we're talking about.
So it's literally a case by case
Yes, sir.
basis,
And
and there
so-
aren't very many of those.
Correct. So
Okay.
it may be the same property, but the values may be different.
So for the vast majority of residents, the no new revenue rate is truly a no new revenue rate.
Yes, right.
Okay. Okay.
Or you might also have, I'm just thinking, you might have property that falls off, like if it's demoed or something, then it goes down, and so now you have a smaller pool of houses to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's why I can't take that levy, let's say a year ago, and apply a tax rate that we're thinking about because of the reasons you're talking about. The county would tell us what changes have been made to those properties, either additions or deletions, changes, or whatever.
Okay.
And on the flip side of that, you might have a property that was homestead exempt, but now
Right.
is being rented out or leased, and therefore it's not homestead exempt, so, you
Yeah.
get shifts on both sides, but I'm sure they're doing their best.
That's correct.
And I think too, that statement that's on the front of that cover sheet is not a statement, I don't believe, that's required when you propose the no new revenue. For consistency, we use the same statement, but I think in general, that's not a required statement when you do propose the no new revenue, because generally that is such a small amount or a, so.
Okay. Thanks, Abel.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else care to opine? I'll just say I agree with statements that have been made. I do think, first of all, it's a very reasonable, very fiscally conservative budget, but a responsible budget, and we've got some really good things to accomplish from your exceptional items that you brought. So I think we've done a nice job of continuing to run a very tight ship when it comes to the budget. I do think we're conservative on our revenues, so I'm confident going into 2023 or the rest of the fiscal year, or the new fiscal year rather. And I think that I do agree that showing the voters for a second year in a row that we're being good stewards of their dollars by being able to adopt a no new revenue rate continues to give us a good story to tell when it comes to the bond election that is now going to be on the November ballot. And we'll talk about a little bit more about that in a moment. But I do think that it shows that on one hand we're being very good stewards, and then it really clears the path in my mind to have a very honest dialogue about the bond election piece of it too. So that's all I have to say. And with that, I will move on to agenda item number 3 and open a public hearing at 6:22 p.m. On the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. I know we've got a big group here to testify on the budget tonight, so I'll ask everyone to keep it to 3 minutes. And I bet we're done in less than 3 minutes. Does anyone wish to testify on the good work that your council has done on the 2022-2023 budget?
We even lost our Zoomers.
And
Yeah.
we
went
our,
down.
our sole
got
person that
nobody.
we can count on to always tune in, Kevin Shell, he just gave up on it too. So.
Left the building.
Yeah.
We're not very entertaining.
Yeah. All right. With that, we will close the public hearing on agenda item number 3 on the 2022-2023 budget at 6:23 p.m. Good to have that buy-in from the community. We'll move on to agenda item number 4. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 102, providing for the filing of the budget, providing that this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. And I am happy to take a motion, and then we can have more of a discussion if you want.
So we only have one ordinance in here.
There's one ordinance, and there are the 2 separate Exhibit As. They
So
both
that's-
refer,
That's the only difference?
right, and so just clarifying which one.
Which is a good point. Thank you, Ashley. So in a motion that I hope one of you would soon make, also please designate which exhibit you would apply to that motion.
I move approval of the 2022-2023 budget beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, that adopts the no new revenue rate.
You've heard the motion,
Second.
council members. You have a motion for Councilwoman Hudson, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Great work, council. You should all be very proud of this budget that you just moved forward. I can do, okay, yeah. I'm gonna actually go back and we're gonna do an actual roll call vote on this budget. Be a little bit more official. And if the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Councilmember Robinson?
Aye.
Councilmember McKee?
Aye.
Councilmember McDuffie?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hudson?
Aye.
There's still being 5 ayes and no nays. The motion still carries. Thank you, council. All right, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, the public hearing on the fiscal year 2022-2023 tax rate. We'll open that public hearing at 6:25 p.m. and ask if anyone would like to testify on the 2022-2023 tax rate. We have no one signed up. I see no hands raised. And so we will close the public hearing on agenda item number 5, public hearing on the 2022-2023 tax rate at 6:26 p.m. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action to postpone the final vote on the ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2022-2023 until Tuesday, September 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hudson. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hudson and a second by Ms. McKee. And is there further discussion? Again, council, I think, I'm not going to say the die is cast, but I think that you have a good sense of the course that you'll be taking at this special meeting on Tuesday, September 27th at 6 p.m. And at that time, we'll go ahead and make it official regarding the tax rate, which will raise the revenue, which will fill in the budget that you've just adopted. That's how all that works. Any other discussion? Is this a roll call also?
I don't think so.
This roll call? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And with that, we will move to presentations, and I will call up agenda item number 7. Yeah, that's fine. Got a sticky note. Sorry about that. Call up agenda item number 7, update and discussion regarding building height issues at 3225 Park Hills Drive. And there's a possibility that Mr. Waters, no, that's not Mr. Waters.
That's
That's
why.
well, we know
Came in
at least
person.
we know where Mr. Shell went. So council, I bring this before you not for action, but for discussion. As you know, the property at 3225 Park Hills Drive has had a great deal of discussion by this council. Based on surveys that were completed, we do know that property is anywhere between 2 1/4 inch over the height limit to 3 inches over the height limit.
Excuse me,
Yes, ma'am.
I think there's another option there too, but I can address that at another point.
Another.
Option as to the excess height on that property.
Oh, okay. Well, and feel free to
From
jump in.
from the Walter survey, if those numbers are used. It's a foot, it's a little bit more than a foot.
Well, in terms of actual, I was going off of actual elevation.
Well, we don't know which is actual at this point, which was my concern in putting this matter back on the agenda.
And we can talk about that.
Okay.
It's not.
All right.
It's not. The
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine. That's great. And it's not the crux of my. It is relevant. And I was going off of actual elevation off of sea level. But I understand your point. But let me lay out the discussion point.
Sure.
I have all of the authority needed to move forward with some sort of action on this property. So I'm not asking for authority from council, but I am asking for a candid discussion on how you would like me to move forward. Because what I don't want to do as the mayor is move forward with a certain course of action and then have that action not be supported by council, just to be candid with you. So in my estimation, I have, I could pursue 5 different courses of action. And I would like to get your thoughts on those 5 options. 2 of which, two options are somewhat extreme. One option, the builder would be very much in favor of, and one option the builder would be very much not in favor of. And that would be, I think, probably reversed for certain council members in terms of which one that they would be for and be against. But as I see it, my 5 options to pursue in terms of enforcement are these. And that is 1, to view what has been constructed to be substantially compliant with the code as written, acknowledging that that the code could be a little bit more clear in places, and to move forward with, to allow the builder to move forward as constructed. The flip side of that would be to do exactly the opposite and mandate a very strict compliance with the code as we view it, acknowledging that it is anywhere from 2 1/4 inches too high to a foot and 2 1/4 inches too high, and instruct the builder to tear that portion of the structure down and rebuild it to be in compliance with the code as written. Those are the 2, in my mind, the 2 bookends of options that I have before us. And when I say I don't mean I mean in concert with staff and with our development staff. The other 3 options that I think are potentially at our disposal would be to work with the builder to do some level of additional drainage mitigation at the Park Hills site. And we can talk more in depth about what that might mean or look like. The other option would be to work with the builder and our engineering firm to do some added mitigation downstream from this location at the location where he's also building on Pleasant. Or the third option would be to try to do a mix of added mitigation, drainage mitigation, a combination of some additional measures that we would work with him on at the Park Hill site, as well as some additional mitigation that we would work with him at the Pleasant site. In my mind, those middle three options are probably what I would prefer to move forward with, especially in my mind. What I have is option D, which is the fourth one, which would be a mix of some added mitigation at both the Park Hill site and the Pleasant site. The reason that I think that that would be a more, or maybe the most, I'm not going to even say equitable, but the most intelligent way to move forward is because if the goal is to just be punitive on the builder, I'm not saying whether that's a good or a bad goal, but it is certainly an option, then the strict compliance would be the way to go. However, if we do that and he is forced to lower that structure by 3 inches or a foot, whatever, no one is going to be any more happy with that, with the look of that structure. And I've had long conversations. I do believe the builder when he says it was certainly not his intent to cause consternation or controversy. I think he acknowledges that it probably looks even bigger to him than it did on paper. He is working with us in working with us very well to try to come up with solutions, engineered solutions for drainage at that Pleasant site. That downstream site is not a spec home. He's building it for someone who plans to live here in Rollingwood, be our neighbor, and he is working with us on that. And so, to approach it just from a punitive standpoint, again, is an option, but I'm not sure that it really moves the needle for us. And there could be some litigation risk there. I don't know. In my mind, though, to try to work with him to spend the same amount of dollars that he would spend to lower it 3 inches to a foot, but to actually try to do something positive with those dollars to try to mitigate drainage at that site and then downstream, in my mind, makes more sense. But I am open to the dialogue and the guidance from council on how you would like me to move forward. From my perspective, I do feel like it is time on this issue to fish or cut bait. I need to give him some clarity on how we want to move forward here. If it's tear it down, rebuild it. If it's work with us, mitigate some drainage issues, or if it's, hey, don't let it happen again, you're close enough. Whatever that choice is, and I want to have guidance from council before I move forward, I need to move forward with something, and to give him clarity, and to give us the ability to focus on some other things. So I open it to you. Again, my preference would be to work with him and try to do some added mitigation upstream and downstream, but I don't want to take some action like that and not be transparent about it at this dais and with the community and with you. I don't want to take some action and then just be covered up with text and phone calls and, hey, why'd you do this, and all those things. I'd rather just have a discussion about it, pick a course, let us move forward with that course, and go from there. Again, not asking for a motion or any action tonight, but I am asking for dialogue and direction.
I have one question, and it's not a big question, and it's not going to shift anything. I just had a little bit difficulty hearing you. is the house on Park Hills a spec home, or is that one being custom built for a given?
My understanding it is a spec home.
Okay,
Park Hills is spec and Pleasant is custom?
custom,
That is my understanding.
okay.
Not that it's relevant, but it is my understanding.
Pertinent.
I have several questions.
Yes, ma'am.
On what is the additional work that would be done on drainage remediation at either site? What are the specifics of that?
And I have thoughts, but I haven't done a lot of deep thinking on it because I didn't want to go down one of those roads and spend a lot of time working on it or thinking about it. If that was just not an option that I would have support from.
Well, from my perspective, what I would need to vote on either of those options is to know what the builder, what's under the current permit that the builder would do on Park Hills, and what additional remediation would be done there. I don't believe there's been a permit issued yet on Pleasant.
That's correct.
And so we would need a comparison of what is required there and what additional would be done.
That,
And what
yeah.
the impact on the rest of the community, the benefit to the rest of the community.
Right. No, that's,
Yes. Then the other thing that I've been trying to get resolved is I think we need to fix, when we address this issue, let's also state what our code requires. We have one interpretation from one person at Freeze. We have another interpretation. Otherwise, we have what the code says. We have reliance on a defined term that's not in the section of the code that defines the height limitation. So I think we need to, when we resolve this, we need to resolve it going forward for everyone. So we need to resolve that issue and state what it is we're going to do from now forward in terms of permits. And I think we need to do that pretty quickly.
no, I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah. I've been trying since June to get that resolved.
Right.
Then second, we need to do inspections. We need to do, if we're gonna continue to use the datum reference for height limitations, we need to set that reference at the time of before there's any demolition, at the time the property is in its natural state. You know, as it sits with whatever house is there currently. Before any demolition is done. We need to have our engineer do that at the expense of the builder. And then we need to also adopt a provision in our code that we're going to use that as the reference for height limitations. And we're gonna do an inspection at the expense of the builder when the building's finished and establish what the elevation is.
Yeah, and we actually had a very good discussion with a surveyor who was able to give
Who
us
is we and who is the surveyor?
Ashley, Nikki, and myself.
And who is the surveyor?
I don't remember his name.
It was Mr. Warwick that did that, the surveys, the original height surveys.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have been included.
Noted.
Go ahead, sorry.
So he had some good.
But I have one more item
Okay.
on this list. Third, you were stating that having this builder correct this deviation might be seen to be punitive. I think there's another view, and that would be that it is prophylactic. That's why we enforce laws.
But
because
that in and of itself is punitive. That's why you send people to jail, too.
But there's that's not the
Sure.
only consequence.
Right.
There's also the fact that it will make other builders more attuned that we're gonna require this, so that it won't happen again in the future.
I agree. That's the
Yes.
point of being punitive.
And we wanna say to the community that when we adopt this, and to our building community, that this is not the course we will follow in the future. The course we will follow in the future is a stop work order and a fix-it order. This is not a pay-to-play, in other words.
All right.
And then one last thing, I've realized in the last month, we have nothing in our code except the height requirement that establishes how tall a foundation can be. We now have a number of foundations that are 8 and 10 feet high, and that in and of itself causes problems with the adjacent homeowners, both for drainage purposes and for privacy issues and other issues. And so when we set the height limitation, we need to address that also. But that would be my response to this. And I would move that, I won't move, but I would say I am reluctant to go forward with 3, 4, or 5 until we have on paper what that's gonna look like.
Okay.
If we do, and it's a benefit to the community, then I could go along with one of those, as long as we do that and we do these other
Right.
items. But I think it would be irresponsible to do anything less. We would set up a pay-to-play.
Okay.
And I would like to hear from Mr. Warwick about how he found the different reference data and height data. And that will tell us whether the 3225 Park Hills is 2 or 3 inches above or more than a foot above. That is a fact issue.
Yes.
And I'd asked at the end of last meeting to have that conversation, and hadn't happened.
We're happy to do it. We needed to wrap our minds, and in all candidness, I still am struggling with it a little bit, but we needed to wrap our minds around some of those questions as well. But we're happy to circle back and
I would like to hear from Mr. Warwick so I can satisfy myself on
Yeah.
that issue.
That's fine. We can do that.
Okay.
And where I was going with that was really not related to this, but he had some thoughts on establishing within the community some benchmarks to help us with this type of issue in the future, where you knew with absolute certainty, and you could triangulate off of those established benchmarks. And
Let's get it done.
Yeah, and I don't understand all of the logistics and how the satellite works and all that, but his idea conceptually was that it might be in our best interest to just set up several, I think he said, 6 or 7 different benchmarks throughout the community, and then you shoot all grades off of those benchmarks. So everybody knows going in, like, here are the benchmarks that everything's going to be judged off of.
Well, and there are also, in looking at other codes, there are other codes that have adjustments to height limitations based on the slope of your lot and the height of it compared to your neighbors, so that you don't have these structures that tower over another person's property and obliterate all privacy.
Okay.
So we need to address, I would love to hear from him on that. How soon can we have him come to a council meeting or a joint meeting with planning and zoning? Because it'll have to go through planning and zoning too.
Yeah,
And
we
I
could.
think we tell Mr. Waters he's on hold till we get this done.
Okay.
I know that's a hard remedy, but it also puts the impetus on us to get this set up and have the meetings we need to have and make these decisions. So that would be my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting us to this point.
Yes, ma'am. Other thoughts?
So having benchmarks seems like a wonderful idea, and
I can't hear, I'm sorry.
I said having the benchmarks sounds like a wonderful idea, and I'm surprised we don't have that already, because nobody's ever,
I'm sorry, I
Nope.
cannot hear.
nobody,
If you can pull it forward.
We're trying to turn it up.
so it would be a great idea to have the benchmarks, put those on our GPS.
GIS, yeah.
Yeah, the GIS map, so that that's available for
For everyone.
everybody.
Yeah.
I agree that it seems unreasonable to require him to shave off 3 inches or whatever. I think that the house that he's building on Pleasant needs to meet all the requirements down there, and that really any extra mitigation needs to happen on the property that he's where the issue is,
That's fine, yeah.
because it's not fair to penalize the person who's not even got a building permit yet,
Yes.
or put extra requirements on them. And it would be helpful to have the mitigation farther upstream.
And I don't mean to cut you off,
Go ahead.
but I'm going to agree with you.
Okay.
Actually, the more I've thought about it, and actually as I've thought about it while we talked here tonight, I think that actually probably is the right approach.
Yeah.
And in large part because what you just stated, probably not right to drag the downstream. That's going to stand on its own and have
Right.
issues on its own. And again, as I said earlier, Mr. Waters and that property owner has been very good to date to be working with Ms. Dykes and our engineer to come up with those engineered solutions. We still haven't seen them all, but I think I'm understanding that they're working together on that. So I think you're probably right in that approach.
Well, I think it's easier to tell what's extra.
Right.
If we have a plan and now we're asking for something
Yeah.
extra, as opposed to, we don't even have a plan yet, so,
I will say too
you know,
that
easy to say, oh yeah, we'll do that
Yeah.
too, when that was already something
the
planned.
natural
so.
features too, and again, I have thoughts, but I haven't talked to an engineer or anything or dug into it. But there's the natural features of that 3225 Park Hills property lends itself to doing some sort of retention.
There's a drainage ditch on the right side of the
Right.
property.
So
Yeah.
there's some opportunity there that
Right.
could probably be expanded and taken advantage of.
Right.
Again, I don't know the details that we would try to do on that, but I do think that there's probably some opportunity to help the downstream
Right.
portion. And as we know, that's also where the city of Westlake Hills, that's
City of Austin.
where they, in
I
Austin.
think it's City of Austin right
City
there.
of Austin, yeah, comes right there, so.
Right. But I agree, we do need to get the code fixed.
No, I
and-
agree with that, and I
addressed
certainly
as
didn't mean to
soon as
imply that
possible.
this was in lieu of that.
No, I know.
yeah.
I'm just, we
Yeah,
missed the P and Z meeting and
right,
that we were supposed to have had to go over this, so
yep.
we do need to do that at the next meeting.
Other thoughts, questions, comments? And Mr. Waters, I do see your hand raised, and I'll recognize you here in a moment. But I'm going to hear from council first. Anybody else going once, going twice?
I'd like to hear from Danny Waters first.
Okay, we can do that.
Please.
I wish I'd known he was gonna be recognized, and I would have listened to him too.
Okay, no problem. Anything else from council?
Well, are you going to circle back to council after?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
hear from-
Yes.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Waters, thanks for joining us. I think I was sort of watching the screen. I think maybe you got in there. We did kind of cover a few of the dynamics at the first part of this and talked briefly about some different options that we have, but happy to recognize you. And I tried to make a few comments related to my conversation with you, but I'm don't want to put words in your mouth, so happy to recognize you at this time.
Sure, can y'all hear me?
Can we
Yes,
get
sir.
a video?
Yes.
Oh, great, okay. It's amazing technology these days. Well, good evening to everybody. I appreciate you guys taking time to listen to what I got to say. First and foremost, just let me tell you, being in the city for over 3 years, and I think this is my 4th house in the city of Rollingwood, and my intent, just to give you guys an upfront, my whole intent in my buildings is, and the design efforts are to always make the neighborhood a better neighborhood. Sometimes that what's written on paper that doesn't always turn out on site, and so I realize, when I stand at the street, that's why I left a lot of the oak trees up front, as many as I could, but I realized that it didn't, it's a little bit higher than I think most people would like, and even myself, to be honest with you. And so I don't like to make anybody unhappy. I don't like to come in and build something. I want to be proud of the work I do, and I certainly don't want to, tick everybody off, but I feel like I have. But so there's a couple of different issues I wanted to look at. The main one, of course, is to, definitely look at what is my actual building height. And the only thing I have to go off is what the city red stamped my plan. They gave me an elevation to meet, and that was 666 feet. And as you can understand, with the type of construction that's there, the steel involved, the height level, the subfloor elevation changes, it was very, very difficult to get it exact. Up front, my mistake should have been, let's make it 34 feet. That way I got 12 inches of play. Well, so what I did is when I first started, I actually dropped the slab 8 inches so that I could meet the 666. But in terms of, in relation to the, when the construction takes place, and at the very end, you try to meet that height, and without actually performing an on-site survey, which I probably should have done as I was setting the trusses up there, and I didn't do, and because I've never been flagged on my height elevation before, even in the city of Austin, to do that. But so yeah, here we are, according to my plan and what I'm permitted for. My elevation was to meet 666 feet. I exceeded that by 2.8 inches. And, a couple of things about that, the way I look at it is, if I go and lower that 2.8 inches, are we going to really notice a difference from the street? Well, not at all. I mean, I think we all realize that lowering it 2.5 inches is, cosmetically, it's not going to change, the feeling that everybody gets, those who don't like tall buildings, of course. But on the other hand, yes, we do have a code to go by. And if there's a consensus that I need to meet that code to the T, then I will do so. I'll lower it. I'll spend the, 10, 15 grand, whatever it's going to cost to get that done. It'll delay the project another probably 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, we're almost to the point of insulating and drywall. And so I can probably get that done pretty quick without a problem. But so the other thing is, secondly, looking at the actual property itself, I think everybody's aware that that storm inlet that's on my property pretty much feeds everything down Pleasant Drive. Everything that goes into that inlet flushes down that culvert, and it pretty much, what we've done and what we have a certain amount of money between $50,000 and $75,000 to build in an already approved system in place that alleviates the amount of water that goes through that all at once. There are other things. A head wall could be built there that could definitely slow down the amount of water that goes through there. There's other things that would happen, that could happen. I have a lot of plans to do further improvements to, keep the gutter clean, keep the outlet clean so that, we don't have any overflow into the Park Hills Street too. So there's a lot of things that we could probably do within that section of the property to alleviate or ease the amount of flow all at once coming through there on these storms. As y'all know, there's a pipe that comes out into my property from Ridgewood that's part of the city of Austin's utility pipe. And so all the water on Ridgewood comes through that pipe into my lot. And so we spent a lot of time with the engineers, the city engineers, designing a system that mitigates that and just helps the flow there. The other thing I wanted to hit on was the issue of 301 Pleasant Drive. That is not my property. I don't own that property. And I don't really have any authority to, it's really the owner's decisions of, and they have no obligation to me to help me out on my other property in this issue with my building height. And I do not want to put them in that position. However, we've done nothing but been submissive to the city with our plans. We've moved our driveway over another 2.5 feet. We've said, yes, we're going to set our plans up to give you an easement here so you can have your head wall to help the stormwater runoff. So we've done a lot of things through the design process, but I wouldn't be able to, other than what we've already done, I wouldn't have any authority to alter or put money into or anything with Pleasant. I really want to leave that property out of this. The only thing I want to apply to that end is that as a builder, I've always tried to work with the city on helping the neighborhood, helping the stormwater. And so I kind of want to leave anything that I do to help with the stormwater runoff. I want to leave that on Park Hills, please. Just because I don't have any authority for the Pleasant Drive site. I do have influence, though, with the owners, of course, as a builder. I think the other thing I want to hit on, and I apologize for being so long-winded here, because there's a lot to kind of look at, but the other issue that I wanted to point out was during all of this, there has been already 3 site visits to my property alone to check on building setbacks, height elevations, porch overhangs, etc. I know what those surveys cost, and I think the city's probably already spent a good $3,000 to $4,000 just on my property. I'm not sure why I'm being picked at, and I'm not mad about it because, hey, I'm an open book. If y'all want to come on and look at the property, make sure it fits code, that's fine. Problem is, I already do that. I'm already required by the city ordinance to provide a setback survey, a finished construction survey, and even a height elevation survey if so required. So that's stuff that I'm already required to pay for and provide. And the fact the city's paying that for as well, it's kind of a concern because if you're doing it to me, you kind of need to do it to everybody. And we got 50 properties there in Rollingwood. And if we spend $4,000 on every single one, that's quite a bit of money that the taxpayers are paying. And I'm a taxpayer in the city too, because I own 2 properties. So I also own Timberline, and I'm doing a new construction on Timberline as well. So I think, I think the citizens we should probably have a different, well, we actually already have a process in place to verify and clarify and to assure that these buildings are being built within the parameters of their permitted construction. So I'm not sure why we're spending money on this. I'm not sure why we're coming after this property in particular. If you wanted a height survey, just ask. I would provide it gladly. And so that's my other point. And I think my final feeling is, look, I'm willing to work with the city of Rollingwood. I want to continue to build there. I want to continue to help the city. If there's stuff I can do to help stormwater runoff, which I know is a big issue. I mean, we can't really afford right now to pay for all this stuff, and yet we're spending thousands of dollars on stuff that I'm already going to pay and provide for. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. But I'm willing to do to work with the city on just helping the community as a whole. I can always, apologize to the city for my building height and apologize to the community. But that's really, unfortunately, it's really hard to tell what the finished product is going to look like. It's a lot different than looking at it on paper, especially from that low pitched part of the street. So my suggestion would be, let's use this property as a really good example of how we need to change the code. Because really the issue isn't Danny Waters built a really big building and let's go get him. The issue is, or should be, let's go change the code. Let's make it to where this can't happen again. Because I'm all for that. And that's kind of my 2 cents. And I'm willing to take any questions or anything from anyone and work with everyone the best I can. So on all this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Waters. Appreciate your comments.
Sure.
Council, I'll get to Mr. Shell here in a moment. Council, have any questions for Mr. Waters?
I guess his hand's not up. I didn't know if Tom was on before or after the discussion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Tom Farrell just joined. I think he missed the discussion though, so.
Yeah. Okay. Council, anything?
We have some hands from other,
And I'm about to recognize them. I just want to see if
I'm sorry.
I'm going to recognize them. I want to make sure council, if they had any questions for Mr. Waters or needed
So we're
anything.
going to go through council and then take all the questions from anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Any comments from anyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to recognize anyone who wants to speak.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Mr. Shell, would you like to, if you would take the microphone, that'd be great. And just identify yourself and where you are. Not that we don't know you, but.
Kevin Shell, 300 Pleasant Drive. I'm actually not going to comment on those last comments we just heard. What I will say is I was surprised tonight to hear that discussions were happening about drainage that impact the Nixon Pleasant drainage area uphill from us.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah.
Pull it up. Thanks.
The short version is when we talk about Nixon Pleasant later tonight, I'd like to hear how or if these conversations are going to impact and delay what we're doing down at Nixon and Pleasant, because staff is already busy. Staff apparently is talking to this builder that may or may not have made an honest mistake. But we've got residents that have been asking questions and waiting and haven't heard back for months and sometimes weeks or sometimes months on certain questions. And we've been living with this for years. I don't care if he lives in the neighborhood or not. He's building what he's building. We're living with this. We've been doing this for over 10 years. I want to hear if this, while you figure out this, which I think there were some reasonable things put out there and it's a hard thing to do, but we live with this problem every single damn day while people are trying to figure this out. So what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Nothing here would slow down or alter or change the discussions on downstream. This would be value add, icing on the cake for anything downstream. Shanti?
Hello, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. I have a really bad throat.
Oh.
I'm not infectious, I have bronchitis. So. But I won't let this opportunity go by without saying something. When I came to y'all, and this doesn't have a direct, everything is connected in Rollingwood. We are a 1 square mile. And whether it is the home at 3225 Park Hills or 301 Pleasant, it doesn't matter. We are all connected. And I'm going to talk about some things so that we can connect these dots so it doesn't happen again. When I came to you all in June, I said things about enough is enough because we had a 2,000 to 3,000 square foot house where currently we are building 6,000 to 10,000 square feet houses. And I have documented every single house in Rollingwood, pictures of before and after. I'm not done with the after, obviously, but we did this in 2003 to preserve some of our memories of how it used to be. Granted, change always happens, some for the good, some not. Obviously, the bigger houses benefit the builders who are making more money, and if it's somebody who wants to live there, they also would probably comply with some of our guidelines so that they don't have to ruffle any feathers. They're going to live there for a granted number of years. So this particular home has caused a lot of heartache to the people in front, to people to the side, and people to every side. So that's why it has come up to the top of the line. Today I had a call from somebody who lives on Gentry, and her house backs up to a house that's being built at 3210 Pickwick. That foundation is at the height of her fence line. And she's given up on all of you. And I told her, please don't do that. We have a good set of people here who will listen to you. But she said, I've tried everything possible. And she called the builder, the guy that was there, and he said, I think it is too high, 5.5 feet for the foundation, which is, I have some pictures here, I can't share, I just took it. So her house is built to built to code, and they've lived there since 2018. And now she's going to have, if you count the height, at least something that towers over her. And the next door is a house that was built in 69. Now, I have to read this to you guys. You guys can connect the dots. I don't have to say anything. This little booklet was put out in 1988, probably soon after. I probably have the only copy here. I don't know whether the city has one. But it details, simple language, what is expected of people who are moving to Rollingwood and building their homes. And one of the things is zoning. Please listen. It says the city's zoning ordinance regulates the use of properties by landowners, including the number and kinds of structures and other improvements that are allowed on a particular parcel. Zoning promotes harmony in the physical environment by segregating the different types of uses, example residential and commercial, into their own districts, and by imposing aesthetic requirements to improve the appearance of the community. Zoning also facilitates an orderly community by preventing overcrowding and traffic congestion, and by creating proper relationships between lots and homes. Among all the various city requirements, zoning is among the most important. Its enforcement, however, is dependent upon cooperation by residents and city officials alike. In turn, this translates into voluntary compliance by individual landowners, reports of violations by citizens and municipal personnel, and vigorous enforcement by the city. Many zoning violations are the result of lack of knowledge rather than deliberate intent. And then it goes on to say, some of the more common residential zoning violations relate to the following. And it goes on, a front yard fence must be located behind the front building line, accessory structures, and then it goes on a corner lot, and a 30-foot green belt is required as a buffer between residences and commercial. And these are the founding principles of what we embraced when we decided to build in Rollingwood. And this doesn't go out of style. This is a way of life in Rollingwood. So it's not about Mr. Waters or another builder who's now coming in. We have to set the record straight and not have to let neighbors, they're afraid to come and talk to you guys because they've given up. They're like, I've talked to this, and this person. That's what she told me. She said, I don't want to come to City Hall to talk about this, but go look at what's going on right behind me, and I have no control over what kind of a building is coming up there. It's going to destroy my privacy. Anyway, I don't give up. I'll be persistent, and I hope you all will be too, because this matters. I've lived here for, since '84. And I've served 4 years on the council. I know how hard it is. And I want to thank all of you for all the work you're doing. I really appreciate it. But when it comes to saving our Rollingwood, to keep it the way we want it, I'm never going to stop, okay? Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Shanti.
Thank you, Shanti.
Okay, any other comments?
Well, I agree with Councilmember Brown that before considering or voting on anything, we need to get pretty granular in the specifics of it. And certainly not looking to pick a fight with Mr. Waters or any other builder, but I do think when you're pushing the absolute limits within our code, then to be surprised when you went over the line that you're being called on it seems you should probably plan for that. And the reason that the city of Rollingwood has been sending out people to do the surveys and things like that is because we have a responsibility to make sure those are done properly. And frankly, having the builders select a person to do their surveys is not independent in my judgment. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? I think I have, council, what I need. I think we've clearly ruled out probably 3 of these options, and we're down to probably either a strict compliance type of position, or possibly some additional mitigation to be applied to the Park Hills site, depending on with some level of clarity what that would actually look like. I'm happy to take those 2 options and circle back with council with some other discussions prior to the next council meeting.
And I'm sorry,
Yes, no.
didn't realize you were going to jump in then, but I agree that we need to know the parameters, what a proposed drainage mitigation plan looks like. I also agree with Sarah's point that it makes the most sense to apply it to the Park Hills house in particular. But until we know what those parameters are, it's too hard to make a decision.
That's fair. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
How are we going to address the code itself?
I'm open to, do we have some, I think later in the agenda, yes, I think we're going to have an opportunity to talk about that specifically on agenda item 29. But that's a policy decision for the council, and I'm happy to facilitate that discussion for you guys however you see fit.
Item 29 is setbacks. It doesn't have height requirements in it.
Okay.
And so I thought I had teed up an agenda item to talk about the setback requirements and to get, I talked with Ashley about having Kay Freeze come back and address this again on the interpretation of the code, but that's what I thought this agenda item number 7 was.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, this was mine, just to have this discussion.
Well, I don't know what happened to mine.
Okay. I think we posted everything that you submitted. If we didn't, I'm happy to go back and look, but.
Well, how are we going to, I'll ask, how are we going to address getting a formal code interpretation of the height requirement in a timely fashion. And also, I'm assuming that with what you've said tonight, Ashley will set up a time for me to talk with Mr. Warwick. But we also need to know exactly how the code is being applied currently in terms of the height requirement, and whether that is a lawful interpretation of our code, and how we fix it. How we fixing the data reference, and when we do it, and how we verify it. So how are we gonna do that?
I'm happy to do that, but that is a collaborative discussion and a policy decision for the 5 of you. I'm happy to give you my thoughts. I'm
Okay.
happy to give you,
What
I'm
I'm
happy to
asking for
facilitate the
is a
discussion.
time. I brought this up in June. We were gonna have a special meeting on it. That didn't happen. Brought it up in July. We were gonna have a meeting with with planning and zoning. That didn't happen. Planning and zoning, so here we are, and it's September. So I would like to ask if we can set up a special meeting on this topic with someone from K-Freeze that has read the residential height requirements, has given us a memo on that in advance of the meeting, and with a recommendation from staff on how we verify the datum references. Whether we do that, there was discussion last time and seemed to be a lot of confusion, whether that's on the original grade, whether that's on the finished grade, how that's done, and whether the city verifies it. So we need a recommendation. We need a report from K-Freeze, we need a recommendation from staff, and we need to have the time to look that over at a meeting and get her done.
We will make a point to bring, admittedly, it is very complex and very confusing, and so
It's not that complex, we can get it done. It's
it is that
confusing.
complex, or
Well,
we would have already gotten it done. But
I've spent 3.5 maybe it's because I've spent 3.5 months on it so far, but, and we need to do this quickly, because I'm really serious that we tell Mr. Waters, you're not out of the water till we get this fixed. I know it's not, that property is an example, and we need to address it.
we will plan to bring something back to you at the next council meeting.
I'm
and-
not gonna be here at next council meeting. Ashley's known that. I've gotta be in Kansas where there's no cell phone service.
Okay, well, you tell me, when do you want to bring
I'd
it
like,
back?
again, to set, if it's the pleasure of the council, a special meeting soon, within the next 10 days, where we can get the report from K-Freeze by the end of the week, by today, by Wednesday, a week from now, and have a meeting on Thursday. It's time to get this done.
You act like we haven't tried. I mean, I've personally sat through at least 6 hours of discussion
Yes.
about this topic on this council.
Right, and we haven't gotten K-Freeze to focus on the language of our code yet. And we've had 2 special meetings that have been canceled.
But because of lack of quorum, I don't know, I
think
can't
one was your
go.
absence one time, Mr. Mayor, but we didn't get it rescheduled.
Right, but I'm
So-
not required for any of those meetings, so we can.
It got canceled before the council had a chance to decide if they were gonna meet in your absence.
Are you talking about the
So-
planning and zoning meeting that they
The
lost
meeting
quorum
back
on?
in June, the special meeting we were gonna have back in June.
Well, that was because everyone gave at least 13 or 14 options, and you gave one. You gave one date that worked for you. Everyone else on this council, including myself, gave between 13 and 14 different options for that meeting, and you gave one.
And all but one of those options was during working hours, when people in this community could not join with us.
I don't believe that to be the case, but
There might have been two.
we threw in some dates during the day to
But
try to.
that water is under the bridge.
It is under the bridge, I agree.
I have continued to try to get this teed up so decisions can be made. And it is in the zoning code, so we do need planning and zoning.
Well, we have this scheduled to be on the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in October, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and we have.
That's, I
to-
think, October the 26th.
No, P and Z should be the first Wednesday of the
They're
month.
usually the first Wednesday. We may have a potential conflict on the first Wednesday with staff availability, but the following Wednesday it'd be available, or we can just try to set everything up ahead of the meeting and have others fill in.
And I'm gone that, and I think I've told you that, Ashley, I'm gone that first week of October. I'm in Washington State.
Okay. And I think later when the later item about scheduling the joint meeting, we didn't know if that was gonna be at the same time as their regular meeting date, and we can make that the second week of October if that's what we need to do. Just been having quorum issues with the planning and zoning. So,
All right, we will try to get a memo from Kay Freeze. We'll try to get a staff recommendation of some sort to at least define the problem, and lay out maybe some various options if there are some. We'll set up a meeting for you with the surveyor. We will have to pay that surveyor because he's not on retainer, so we'll have to retain him to come in and have that meeting, but we're happy to do that. And then maybe at that time too, we could have a discussion and he could give us a little, I mean, he was just talking off the cuff, but maybe he could give us some ideas on the benchmark idea that we had talked about as well.
And if Ms. Hudson wants to be in that meeting, I think that would be good. Or anyone else on the
Yeah.
council that wants to meet with him. Let's,
Okay,
we
we'll,
can,
Are we also gonna try to do a joint meeting?
we're gonna try it again.
Okay.
Yeah, we have had trouble getting a quorum for that. And when we thought we had a quorum, and then we lost it at the last minute, so. And I'm happy to, I don't know my availability for a special meeting, but happy to try to do that
and
again.
I can give Ashley my available dates for October and we'll do that.
Okay, happy to do that. You may be in charge, but
Okay.
we'll try to facilitate it.
I would like to attend that as well, so if that needs to be noticed.
Posted.
Yeah.
Why don't you send a doodle poll around? Okay.
This may be slightly off topic, but is there an option to have alternates on P and Z? Like we have on Board of Adjustments?
You know, I don't know. That's a good question. We can look into
Well,
that.
If we keep having trouble getting enough people to have quorum on P and Z, maybe we need to have,
Or maybe just increase the number. Also probably an option.
well, but
But then quorums can
But
shift
it's the
too.
quorum is the
Right.
majority of however many you have on there, so
Ma-
that just
make
makes
the-
it worse,
makes the
right?
problem worse, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can look into that. I think
Okay.
that's probably a code, I don't think that's statutory. Yeah, so you could look at a code change for
Just
that.
thinking that might be helpful if we have
That's a good idea.
substitutes or something that we can pull in if we need to.
Okay. Will you make note of that? It would require a code change. Okay, thank you, council, and with that, we will move on past, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Waters, if you would, happy to recognize you. Please keep it brief. We've talked about this and have a big agenda, but happy to.
I understand. I'll keep it brief. Two things. My building height is, and already was, established via the permit. So to come in midway and to make a new interpretation of the code that was already established by the engineer and the written permit would not be a good thing. So it was established in the beginning. It was approved. It was red stamped. I built my building based on what the engineers and what the city of Rollingwood has told me I can do. So to come in now and to try to reinterpret this whole thing and put my project on hold, and then that would not be something that legally that a city could do to a developer. And talk to your lawyer, but I'm going to fight that vehemently because that's just not even right to do. I've already built the thing. And so, and secondly, you know, Phil, Councilman Phil, you know, to be able to go and spend additional money on something I'm already going to provide to the city is additional cost to the city, unnecessary costs. Unless y'all just don't believe my survey, or you think I'm going to, you know, alter a survey and illegally somehow. But I think it's a good thing for everyone to get educated on the process of getting a certificate of occupancy, the money that I already spend and provide for these inspections and these surveys is something I'm already doing, and it's just money unnecessarily spent. I think I'm able to have a voice for that. I lived in Rollingwood for 3 years. I've got 2 properties. I pay taxes too, and so does everybody sitting in that room. And so those are my 2 points. I always want to make some clarity on that, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
I'm going to clarify one thing. I don't
Okay.
think anybody was talking about changing the process to change what happens on your house. And I think that we pretty much have established that your house was built higher than what the allowable limit is. So that's why we're still talking about it. So.
All right, thank you. I think everyone's had their opportunity to weigh in, and I appreciate
Right.
the conversation on all sides, and have some more work to do, but understand kind of where everyone is. With that, we'll move on past item number 7 and move on to greener pastures and item number 8, an update regarding November 8th, 2022 bond election for waterworks system facilities and improvements, and 2 improvements and additions to a combined city hall and public safety building. Just a quick update to council. We have had a very productive meeting with the ESD. It's been a long day. ESD, that's right. Emergency Services District, the fire chief. They, I believe, met yesterday, Ms. Wayman, or last night. We've asked them to essentially come back to us with sort of a, I don't know how would I frame this, sort of a letter of not necessarily a letter of intent, but at least an idea from them as to what they might be willing to pitch in if the bond were to pass. And I think it gives the council some really good talking points in the community. Once we get that data from them, our intention is to sort of bundle that up in a very straightforward and way, not to advocate one way or the other, but to simply provide to council information that you can share with your neighbors. We'll vet that through our bond council to make sure that it's done in a appropriately neutral way. But I feel good about the good work that the council has done, and that we've all worked toward this bond election. I personally don't feel like we need to advocate for this bond election because I think the story tells itself. I think council's made really responsible decision when it comes to the budgeting process. You're going to have a good story to tell if you adopt the no new revenue rate, which looks like that's the direction you're headed. So I think all of that kind of combined, and we can put that in some nice visual, maybe one-pagers for you all to be able to share in the community. And we'll talk more about what that might look like. But we're making progress there, and we'll try to get you something, in early October, so you've kind of got the whole month to talk to your neighbors about it and provide any of that information that they may need. And I do think that this piece of the puzzle that we're waiting to hear back from the fire chief and the ESD board, I think is going to only add to that story that you're going to be able to tell. And I think part of that story that we'll get from them is to say, if the community were to approve the bond related to the facilities improvements, it's sort of I mean, once in a lifetime may be a little bit overly dramatic, but I do think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for us to have those kind of matching dollars that we could potentially have. Because if we weren't, if the community chose to not accept that bond proposal, then those, in all likelihood, the ESD would make other arrangements, and before we ever had an opportunity to circle back with some sort of facilities improvement, I think they would have moved on and made other arrangements. So I do think it's good timing, and it's all kind of coming together in a nice way. So we'll get that kind of wrapped up, put a bow on it for you, try to get it to you in early October so that you can share it with others. And that's really it. If there's anything the council feels like you need in terms of collateral material or one-pagers or information, let us know, let Ashley know, and we'll try to get that to you in a timely manner too, so you can have it available to folks. All right. Anything else? With that, we'll move on past agenda item number 8, and we'll move on to this consent agenda.
Can we pull item 9 out of the consent agenda?
Item 9 is removed from the consent agenda.
Okay, I move approval of items 10 and 11.
Move approval of agenda items 10 and 11 on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson and a second by Ms. McKee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there further discussion?
No.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. There being 5 ayes and no nays, motion carries. And now we are back to agenda item number 9, and I will pull it up. Discussion and possible action on the minutes from the August 17th, 2022 City Council meeting, and recognize Ms. Hudson.
Okay, I found 2 items. I'm sorry I didn't read this until last night, and I had meetings nonstop today, so I did not have an opportunity to call in ahead of time. A couple things that, like, incomplete sentence where something did not, one sentence that looks like it's out of place, and another where it's an incomplete sentence and it's like something got chopped off somewhere.
Okay.
So I don't know what's supposed to go in there, so I can't give you alternate wording for us to pass tonight, so I'm wondering
Okay.
if we can just pull this and bring it back
Happy to.
next month and adopt the minutes
We
then.
can do that. Do you want to just circle back with staff?
I'll just get
afterwards?
with Desiree or whoever and
Okay.
see if she can
Sounds
get
great.
that fixed, so,
Thank you.
okay.
All right. with that-
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I also have a correction to the minutes.
Okay.
Page
So-
4.
Well, can we just get that back to Desiree if we're not adopting it right now?
Okay.
And we can get those corrections later and.
Sounds good. We follow back with both council members.
Will do.
Okay. Sounds great. And with that, we'll move on past agenda item number 9. Move on to agenda item number 12. Update and discussion regarding the city's current building inspection and survey requirements pertaining to new residential construction projects. We obviously went a little deeper into this type of issue in item number 7, but happy to recognize Mr. Robinson, whose agenda item this is.
Yes, we covered a lot of this in number 7 already, but I just will add, as Mr. Waters was talking about, that he mentioned that they do have surveys that they do for these, and this, my reason for like wanting to talk about this was specifically around foundations. Like, that's how I was thinking about it. Like, I just started asking myself, how do we know that the foundation is where it's supposed to be, and what process is in place before any foundation is poured? And that's basically what this is around. And I you know, if there's a framing survey, it seems like if we don't get a copy of that, maybe we should get a copy of that, perhaps. Would that help alleviate any concerns about that?
So,
Do you want
we
Nikki
have
to
a,
speak to
yeah,
that?
Yeah.
I thought we had a form survey before
We
they
do.
poured.
Yeah, there is a form survey that's
Do we-
submitted and reviewed.
And we get a copy of that, and does that show up in the building? Okay, so all that
We
does-
do.
Okay.
I'm looking. We do, and it's inspected, or it's reviewed and inspected by ATS. And if
Okay.
I was misstating any of that, I would have gotten this, but I got this, so.
But that is just the foundation. We don't get
Correct.
the,
Yeah, that's
the,
the height.
the starting reference point for the height
Mhm.
or the,
Right.
and I think there's also, and maybe Nikki can address this, I think also we have a situation for, on the height issue, some of the surveys are being done by architects, not engineers, and there's a difference there in professional standards, I would say. I think,
Survey should be done by a surveyor.
Correct.
Right, so I'm gonna speak on,
yes,
so form
Would you
survey is done.
Just identify yourself for the record.
What?
Just identify yourself for the
Oh,
record.
Nikki Dykes, Development Services Manager. So yes, they do perform a form survey. Once that's all formed up, a surveyor will go out there and do that survey. They get that report back to the contractor, the contractor's like, good, that's when they order the concrete. So we do have that. As far as it being the height, I don't think that they do that. So that could be something different. The forms are also inspected by ATS to make sure that they are also in the correct spots. So, but of course that survey is the more concrete.
Right.
Thank you.
no pun intended.
Yeah, I was just
Right.
kind of
We
wondering
still
if they
get
wait
science.
for the survey to come back and it's all checked out before they pour, or like just what the timing and all that. Do we like sign off on that before, or we
Yes.
just say, you make sure you send me all this stuff and then we'll give you a permit to like pour? Is there any gating stuff like that? Or is it, yeah,
So that's not something we regulate. Basically, that survey for them is for their quality control, for their peace of mind that they're pouring that slab in the correct spot, because you're not gonna wanna spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on concrete and it be in the wrong spot. So
Because
they
then
usually
ATS,
verify that.
because then ATS comes back after to make sure it's in the right spot.
Well, ATS comes out at about the same time the surveyor's out there.
Okay.
And they're actually looking at those forms.
Okay.
And then that surveyor will do that same thing and level those forms, make that survey based on where those forms are. So that way, it all checks out, we're good to pour. And just making sure that they're not placing it in the wrong spot.
I have
Yes,
two
ma'am.
questions. When you say that the form survey is done, does that come back to you? Who does it, so only the builder gets the form survey? And then secondly, does ATS get the form survey?
ATS doesn't physically get the survey now.
Do they get an electronic copy of it?
I don't think so.
So when ATS goes out, what exactly is ATS doing?
They're checking against the plans, the site plans.
Checking what?
The forms, making sure that the forms are properly set, constructed properly, they're stabilized the way they should be, checking that, and making sure that they are in the correct spots per that building plan.
So
They're
they
gonna go out
actually-
there and actually like measure. It's not a finalization like a survey is. Survey is more precise.
So ATS is measuring it after it's poured?
No, they're measuring at the time of forms, just like the
Okay,
surveyors do.
that's what I was,
Okay,
so the surveyor, the builder surveyor comes out, the builder survey goes back to the builder, ATS comes out before the concrete's poured,
correct.
and ATS, what exactly does ATS convey, or what do they actually check?
I'm not sure, I'm not an inspector.
You don't know?
No, ma'am.
I mean, my, what I would think they do is probably check more for, okay, is the rebar, is this thing, you know, structurally sound, they can pour the concrete. I don't know, because I've never walked out or built a house or been on site when like an ATS comes, but I'm guessing that's what it's mostly around, and maybe not so much.
It's usually a combined,
Okay.
a combined inspection. They usually do their plumb and rough, their
Mhm.
layout, checking those forms, making sure they're proper to form up a foundation.
So that sounds more like they're checking to see if it complies with the International Building
Correct.
Code as opposed to checking to see that the foundation is in the proper, is aligned with the setback correctly.
That is where that survey comes in.
But we don't get that, but you don't get that survey.
I don't get that survey now.
So if it were not aligned correctly, who would know?
You can jump in.
I will say though, on those two properties that we've been talking about for the different surveys, we did have their form surveys in our files. And so I think in practice, they've been being submitted to us and probably just reviewed by development services. It just doesn't sound like there's not something stating in our code that you have to send this to us. But it appears that in practice, that's what's happening because we had them for the two properties that we've been discussing. Those were already in our files.
But that
submitted.
could maybe be a reasonable change.
Mm-hmm.
Requirement.
Well,
Sure.
Requirement.
I thought that we had several building officials ago that they were requiring a form survey and that the city was confirming that it was in the right place per the setbacks. So I don't know where we lost that step, but we used to require that.
I can definitely look into that. I'm really just laying out all these processes. So
Right, no,
it's-
Right.
I'm just,
Yeah.
it was several
Several people.
before.
Sure. And I think too, the code doesn't necessarily have every step of the actual process we go through in it. It lays out a general, here's the rules you have to follow. And I think the process is what we use to confirm that those rules are being followed. And so I think that has been something that's been generally required. And we can go back and check other building files and see.
Yeah, let's
how-
look
how
at that,
common-
and then if there needs to be a code change or something to hang our hat on, then we
Sure.
can do that.
Well,
And I think it was added, I don't know how many years ago, but it was added because the houses were getting bigger and bigger and the setback, issues were getting to be more of a concern, so they were wanting to make sure before the concrete poured.
Do you think it was added to the process or the ordinance? The process?
The process.
Okay.
Right.
I think what our code says is that the city can require any inspection or survey that it chooses to require. So I don't think it takes a code change to do this. What it takes is an internal process
Right.
and a direction to ATS that we want you to do this and we want you to confirm these, or whoever it is. We want you to confirm that the forms are in alignment with the setbacks and in alignment with the plans.
Yeah, with the setbacks.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I have the perfect example for you. I just took the picture.
Okay.
I want to send this to whoever. This is the form. And you can take it.
Okay.
This is where the problem starts if we don't do something about it. Who should I send it to?
Send it to Ms. Wayman.
I'll do it right now. Okay. thanks.
Okay.
All right. Thank you again, Nikki.
What I,
So
one
complaint-
other thing,
Yes, ma'am.
I think we do need to make a decision about whether or not we have a limitation on how high, how tall a foundation can be.
Absolutely.
But that would be in conjunction with the height requirements as well.
Yeah.
That resolves itself if you have a tight height requirement or a reasonable height requirement. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Robinson? Anything else on this item?
If we could define what's gonna happen on this item, could we just, let's state clearly so we know where we are.
So I'm,
It's Mr. Robinson's item, so.
Yeah, no, make sure that we're getting the survey, that's what I'd want to, and then have that verified by the staff or whoever it needs to be before the slab is poured. I mean, that's what I really brought this not to like, I did it for discussion, is mostly like to try and learn what we're doing and then suggest, hey, or see what everyone thought about that. Would that help at all to have,
What?
the survey and maybe some like step in the process. It's like, yep, we got it, and someone looked at it, and yeah, it's in the right spot. Now you can pour your foundation.
So the setbacks and all of that gets set at the time that the plans get submitted and approved. So if they're building to the plan, basically, I'm hearing that ATS perhaps does not have a certified surveyor to double check that the forms are exactly where the plan has specified that they'll be. Is that correct, Nikki? You don't know?
I'm not sure. I can't speak
Okay.
That's what the form survey does, though, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
ATS has a survey arm, but that's not what we use them specifically for inspections. That's what's in the
Okay.
scope of our agreement with them.
Okay.
So somebody is doing a form survey, we just needed it to be turned into the city and
Right.
and checked by somebody on city staff or
Right. And check to
or
make sure
ATS
that
or
it's
whoever, somebody
Need to
Agreed.
make sure
acting
that
on
we're,
behalf of the city to make sure that it is compliant with our setback
Yes.
requirements.
that we're closing the loop.
Yes.
right. Well, that it's compliant with our setback requirements, or that it matches what was submitted in the plans, which specifies that the setback requirements have been met. Which one?
Both.
I think.
Well, yeah. I would think both
Well,
would be the same.
The plans should have been checked to make sure they meet the setback requirements.
Exactly, yeah.
And then when you do the form survey, you make sure that what is laid out matches what's on the permit.
Right, okay.
So then both steps should have been checked.
Right.
Got it. I
And
made some-
do we want to do that in the form of a resolution so that the policy is clear?
We will entertain that.
We are not posted for action.
Right.
Noticed for-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go.
And
Yeah.
we'll in practice make sure this is happening until something formal, a building process is presented that includes this, but we will absolutely make sure this is happening for all of our permits. Now, active now and going forward.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Perfect, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, are you good to go? Okay, great. Moving on, past agenda item number 12, on to agenda item number 13. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending ordinance number 2021-09-15-05, adopting and approving amendments to the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2021, and terminating September 30th, 2022, providing for adjustments of spending authority among budget line items, and providing for immediate effectiveness. And I will recognize Ms. Wayman and Abel. Is Abel still here? Oh, he's still with us?
Still got Abel over there.
I'll recognize Ms. Wayman to walk council through this and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of some notes on this end of year budget amendment. So generally during the year when we realize that, either by council action or in practice, some line items are going to need to be adjusted, we sometimes wait till the end of the year because we don't know how they're going to finally set out and what's going to happen at the end of the year. This middle number here is the amendments that are being requested for the previous year's budget, for the current year budget, I mean, and then we've adopted next year's budget already at this point. We have been making decisions and projecting based on these amendments. So we've projected out what we're going to spend the rest of the year and what we're going to earn the rest of the year in revenues. And so changing these has no effect on next year's budget. This is just simply cleaning up this current year budget to make sure everything matches. I can run through the main ones if you'd like.
The only thing I'll add to that too is that middle column of budget amendments, just to put council's mind at ease. So in all of the budget workshops and as we've worked through each department, whether you know it or not, you have been basing your decisions on these general assumptions. So don't throw your hands up and say, what's all this work we did on the budget if we were going to change everything? Because we have been building these not always to the dollar amount, but we've known generally where these amendments and where these changes were going to have to come. So just want you to have peace of mind knowing that your decision-making process on the budget has largely been reflective going forward of these items that you're changing in a look back. So you're just looking back, adjusting that budget, but you've been making decisions on a prospective basis. So anyway, you
Agreed.
can walk through any of it.
Absolutely. I'll start there. Revenue for administration, we've had a little higher sales tax than we did budget for, so we've made an adjustment for that. What you'll see there for the electric utility franchise fee, we received some franchise fees that were from the previous year. If y'all remember, the Austin Energy franchise agreement had not been re-signed, and so we didn't receive those fees last year. We got them this year. We expect to go back to the normal 4 quarterly payments a year going forward. So that's just to clarify that revenue there. Starting with our expenditures in the administration account, with engineering services, and I'll say that there's an adjustment made to engineering services in administration and development services, as well as later in the budget in wastewater. Those are for 2 reasons. So first off, we're still, the pendulum is still kind of swinging on our engineering services and where we need to be allocating those services. And so we underestimated what we were going to use in administration this year and ended up using more. But you'll see that we made a cut later in the budget in wastewater. So we're just trying to narrow down what it is and where we're spending those from. We also did see an increase, obviously, with the staff shortage in the development services department for a few months this year. We did lean on our engineering services a lot more to make up that lost position there. So you'll see the increase of $30,000 to the administrative engineering services. The next 4 are all technology based. I'll say computer software and support, and both Encode. Last year when we transitioned to Encode, we had to do it very quickly, and so we brought in a consultant, which led to a lot shorter transition time to get to Encode, but it also meant we still had some cleaning up to do this year to make sure the software was running as we needed it to, and also that our employees were trained. And so bringing in new employees who hadn't used Encode for utility billing and various things, we did have to bring in some extra training. And so that's what those increases there are for. Public meetings technology went up $10,000. That was actually an improved expenditure back in, I believe, August of last year by the City Council when the waiver on the Open Meetings Act was lifted, and then we had to be back in person, but also keep our Zoom presence and our ability to have those hybrid meetings. So that was a $10,000 amendment that was requested and directed by the council, but we were already through the budget process almost in August of last year, so it wasn't reflected in the current budget. Moving on to our development services, we already spoke about the engineering there. Our building inspection services were a little lower than we expected there, so we were able to reduce that. Most everything you'll see in streets and parks and public works that went up is generally just public works doing more in our parks and to our signage and to our streets. And with Izzy kind of at the wheel right now, they've been doing a great job and maintaining our parks and our streets and our signs. A big one we'll notice there in the park department is the improvements to existing park assets. That was the mulch to clean up the upper playscape. That was a little more than we expected, but it was in desperate need, and they did a full overhaul all the way down to the barrier. So it should last us a while, but that was why you see a lot of those decreases and increases down there in the park department. If there's any questions on general fund, I'll move on. To our water fund, we did see increased water sales as well as increased water purchase this year. We try to make our best guess at what that's going to be each year, but it depends on the weather and if it's a dry year or just how much water is being used. We did have to do a pretty significant increase to our crossroads emergency services in the water fund. That was just due to increased water line breaks and other emergencies that they were responding to. We have kind of adjusted that going forward for our budgeting, and we were able to do a decrease in the wastewater crossroads emergency repairs because they're generally doing more work on our water system than our wastewater system. The $25,000 there for the water CIP, that was actually approved also back in August by the City Council to move forward with that water CIP that we've based our $5.3 million proposition for the bond election on. And so that was an expected expenditure. We just had not adjusted the budget yet for that. Moving on to our drainage fund, we had a little bit additional revenue in our. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
On the water purchased, the 170,000.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about that? Is that the volume or the rate, or what caused that to go over?
The volume. So
The volume?
if we're
Okay.
selling more water, we're purchasing more as well. Pass through from City of Austin.
All right, thank you.
Of course. Our drainage revenue did go up for our drainage reviews. Just we're seeing more of those and longer review processes there. You'll notice there in our expenditure accounts, the Nixon Pleasant drainage improvements and the Hubbard Hatley Pickwick drainage improvements. We don't generally budget for those because we don't know how much at the beginning of the year is going to be spent, but those will be funded entirely out of the 2020 tax notes. So currently we have those tax notes sitting waiting to be used, and so at the end of the year, once we get our final bill for the fiscal year, we'll make a transfer in from those tax note revenues to cover everything spent on those two projects, as previously approved by the City Council for use with those 2020 tax notes. Lastly, we have our wastewater fund. It's kind of similar to when water sales go up, wastewater also goes up similarly. We did decrease our Crossroads contract and our Crossroads emergency maintenance and repairs, just based on actual usage there. Our engineering services also went down. They weren't as active on engineering for our wastewater system as they were for our water system this year. The other two, last thing I'll note there is the lift station automation and emergency power. All the money that's coming from those is coming directly from ARPA funds. So those two projects were approved for use by the city's American Rescue Plan Act funds. I believe we were allocated just under $400,000 for those. So these two projects are being completed with that money. Looks like we got through a little bit more of the automation than we thought we would this year, so we were able to wrap up that project, and we're working through the emergency power project as well. So we'll be covering these dollar amounts here, the 274 and the 75,000 with ARPA funds received.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the lift station automation, does that include the data lines that have gone to those lift stations?
Data lines.
I think each of the lift stations has a something that tells you whether it's working or not, and a data line from that device somewhere here. Or
Yes, I believe they each have their own network that they run off, and so this actually the contract for the lift station automation also prepaid for 3 years of that service to make sure so they're always fully functional, and they also are still they still alarm out similarly without the automation portion. So if that fails, when that fails, the rest is still on there.
Who's the contractor for the data lines?
Everything is being done through SitePro. So SitePro has managed that for us.
Okay, I'm going to come talk to you about that.
Absolutely, happy to.
Whoever put in the data lines, if this is I'm going to go look at the other stations, but the one behind my house, the data line runs through the bushes. It's in some places it's not more than 9 feet above ground.
Okay.
And that may be part of the fault issue, but it needs to be put back up on the pole.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, Ashley, one
Yes.
other comment there. On the water fund above, we saw an increase in volume, and then we also saw an increase in water we had to purchase. That makes sense. I was wondering, like the wastewater, I couldn't see a similar thing. I mean, it seems like our revenue went up, I mean, that seems likely because we price it off of like your, you know, water. I just
Sure.
don't, why did our fee go down? Like, it just seemed like we would have, our wastewater fees would have gone up, but.
I may let Abel answer that. I believe the wastewater fees aren't quite as predictable. Those are generally based off of averages, similar to how we do the wastewater averaging here. But Abel, are you able to speak to that?
I'm not familiar with the contract with the city of Boston, but on a monthly basis, it doesn't vary much whether water sales up or down. Wastewater fees are about $40,000 to $50,000 a month, regardless of the water sales.
Okay.
It's
So
be-
there,
be-
again, I'm not familiar with the contract on how they calculate that, but it doesn't vary that much. It's fairly steady throughout the year,
Okay.
summer or winter.
Okay.
So I think the city of Austin measures what we send to them, but we don't measure what people send down the drain. So we're basing what we bring in is based on your winter average and not on how much water, because so much of that water in the summertime especially is going on people's lawn
I see.
and not going down the drain.
I see, okay.
Thank you, Abel. And thank you, Sarah.
If there's not any other questions, this is the attachment to the end of year budget amendment ordinance, and that's all we got.
Any other questions, council?
Do you need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-09-21-14. I'm sorry. Ordinance 2022-09-21-13, the end of year budget amendment and the attached Exhibit A.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Ashley.
Of course.
With that, we will move on to agenda item number 14. Discussion and possible action to review the City of Rollingwood's investment policy and to approve an ordinance requiring the annual review of the investment policy. This is an item that we added several years ago at the urging of our, I believe at the time, our bond counsel in consultation with the rating agencies, and it was a new policy that we brought forward several years ago. And with that, I will recognize Ms. Wayman and Abel to talk us through this item.
Yes, this is just the annual ordinance to approve the investment policy. Nothing has changed other than the dates from last year. We're pretty consistent with our investments, generally just tax pool. Abel, anything else you'd like to add to the investment policy?
Not really, we only, the amount of money we have to invest is not that significant in terms of big picture, so we don't, utilize brokers to buy commercial paper, T-notes, that kind of stuff, so we just stick with tax pool.
Thank you, Abel. Any questions? Be in the market for a motion.
I move to approve the City of Rollingwood's investment policy, the ordinance requiring the annual review of the investment policy. Let's say that probably.
2022.
Ordinance, I just need my glasses. Ordinance 2022-9-21-14, adopting investment policy, and with its attached Exhibit A, which contains the investment policy, dated September 21 of 2022.
You've heard the motion, council, by Ms. McKee. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. McKee, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Although, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Move on now to agenda item number 15, status report of the Hubbard Circle and Nixon Pleasant Drive drainage projects, and recognize Ms. Hudson to visit with us, and I can add a little context and color as we go.
Well, I was expecting us to get a drainage report from somebody who knows. I do not have a drainage report. So I
I'm
was
hap-
expecting K-Freeze to be providing something.
So I'll give a little bit of a status update. As council knows, and we've got a number of folks here who are intimately familiar with this project. And Ms. Wayman mentioned a moment ago, we have our tax notes set aside, ready to go on this project and also on the Hubbard Circle project. I guess I'll do the low-hanging fruit first on the Hubbard Circle project. We're moving nicely on the Hubbard Circle project. We have one neighbor that we need to visit with, but have had good conversations with some of the upstream, one of the key neighbors who has the Brainerd, or actually who has the Preheim property now. And I'm drawing a blank on. Anyway, we've had good conversations with her.
Boatwright.
Miss Boatwright.
Yes.
Moving forward with that project, it's a little bit on hold because we want to go out to bid with that project and the Nixon Pleasant project at the same time. So I'll switch gears to the Nixon Pleasant project. As council knows, for the last 2 years, we have endeavored to do something that to embark on this project in a really open and collaborative way with all of the affected neighbors, both upstream and downstream. As Councilwoman McKee knows, this has been a project that many mayors have worked on, that I worked on while I was on council. I was happy to continue that work in this role. We've made great progress in terms of the design of the project. For the last year, we've had more stakeholder meetings than I can count, both as a group with all of the affected homeowners, as well as individually with all of those folks. We have a quality design from K-Freeze, and honestly, we're down to the point of, for lack of a better term, arguing about the specifics of what portion of the design falls on different individual homeowners. Not laying blame to our forefathers on this council, but unfortunately, the city of Rollingwood just does not have as many easements as we need in places where we need them to facilitate appropriate drainage throughout. And so it leaves us in a position of having to negotiate in good faith with the homeowners to try to achieve our goals because we don't have those easements. And so we've tried to do that for over a year now and really felt like we were making good progress on this topic. But we're down to sort of the goal line and are having trouble getting final sign off on exactly where the improvements fall. We have in the one thing that we can certainly control, which is working with Austin Energy there's a pole, a utility pole that's kind of located in the middle of the project. We have been able to work closely with Austin Energy. We've had a number of meetings with them separately from the stakeholders, and we've made good progress with them. In fact, I believe we cut a check last week and are moving forward with a pole relocation. It's one of the things that we certainly control within our the context of being able to take some action on this project that doesn't require a consensus. So we're moving forward with that. We actually got a very reasonable quote from Austin Energy on that pole relocate, and we have moved forward with that. And I don't know if we have an exact timeline from AE, but now that the check's cut, I assume that that'll happen pretty quickly. So pleased with that progress. But honestly, we're down to the part where it's going to be, we're going to have to either kind of break the log jam collaboratively with the stakeholders, or we'll have to look at other options. And Obviously those options include a possible eminent domain type of proceeding. It's certainly not anything that we've ever wanted to entertain, which is why we've spent over a year trying to get consensus. But obviously consensus is a difficult thing to build on these types of issues. One second. And so we have, in the design process itself, we have tried to really give a lot of attention to the aesthetics. Again, we're not building anything here. It's honestly improving the waterway that is already there. And so it's easy to lose sight on that. I understand that. Because really at the end of the day, we're talking about improvements to a stretch of that property that would be somewhat of a babbling brook, no pun intended. It would be lovely. It would be a lovely.
There we go.
Yeah, how's that? So we continue to try to make progress, and in doing so, we're moving forward with the Austin Energy pole relocate, and we're going to continue to talk to the homeowners and see if we can get some sort of consensus buy-in that is a win-win for everyone. I've gone back to K-Freeze and asked them. So one thing we did, and it was, I think, did advance the ball in making sure that everybody was on the same page, and it's the reason we did it. But we had the surveyors come out and actually mark the ground with spray paint so that everybody knew exactly where we were looking at items. And they did two markings. One was to mark where the actual improvement would be, and then an outside line that would also indicate where the requested voluntary easement would be located. That was not acceptable in its entirety with two of the affected homeowners. And so I've asked K-Freeze to go back to the drawing board and to try to trim that additional easement down to just the absolute bare minimum that they can, and still achieve a workable solution, engineered solution for the drainage. So they're in the process of doing that, and that's where we are. But it remains to be seen if we will be successful, or if we are successful, and what path we need to take to be successful. So, but I still have hope. We've worked very hard on this. I've spent a lot of time on it. I commend and appreciate my colleague, Councilwoman Hudson, because she has been by my side prior to me sitting in this seat, but she's done yeoman's work to help with this as well. So we'll continue to work on it and answer any questions, and happy to recognize anyone here. We've got to see 3 out of the 5 homeowners who are very intimately familiar with this. And yes, sir, Mr. Ashworth.
Yeah, my name is Duncan Ashworth, and I live next to the drainage. There's 2910 Hatley Drive. And I thought last time we talked, K-Freeze was going to come talk to me, and I was going to run the line to what was acceptable. And it's basically moving it 10 feet, further off of my property, because it was starting to encroach and dig into the embankment to my lawn. So I thought that was where the water is.
That is correct. There are 2 things that have happened since we had that discussion. And I've been carrying the string line around in my truck since we had that discussion. I have the string ready to go. But 2 things happened. One, I asked A.B. Salinas with K-Freeze to do that trimming that I just mentioned, so that when we do that marking, I can know with certainty that however you move that, if we move it, or I know the exact minimum amount that we have to work with. The second thing that happened that is out of my control and all of our control is that Mr. Salinas is the proud new father of a baby boy, baby girl, a baby, a baby.
One or the other.
One or the other. And so there's nothing so anyway, that's where we are.
Did you say that the discussion was around the easement part of it, or the channel? Because
they kind of go hand in hand. I mean, we're minimizing the difference between the channel line and the easement. But did you go back, Cape Freeze is talking about
I have not asked him to trim the actual
channel?
I've asked him to trim outside of that channel, which is the extended easement.
Okay, that's not what we had discussed, because it encroaches way too far into the concrete pathways, the brick, some of the landscaping I've done, and that sort of thing. So that is, I can tell that that's not going to work by just moving the easement piece of it. So I guess we'll wait and see what they come up with, but the channel itself is way too far into my property for a problem that I don't have at all. You know, so
Understood.
to be continued.
To be continued.
Okay.
I understand. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, could you also address, will K-Freeze respond to, are they teed up to respond to the Fleming's concerns?
Yes, we've sent that email to them and asked them to review it, and we're gonna sit down with Jerry. The main thing that Jerry has always been concerned about is this pole relocation, and so part of moving forward with that pole relocate is to try to check that box with
Well,
Jerry.
from my, both Jerry and Chen have talked with me, and once they got the actual engineering drawings and looked at it, they have concerns with the actual culvert boxes that they've outlined in their letter that was sent to you and I think the rest of the council in September 16th.
Yes.
So I know that were previously concerned with the pole, but now that they have the engineering drawings, they've raised these other concerns, so I'd like to make sure that those get
Absolutely.
addressed.
They are in the hopper, but they are behind the harder problem to solve, which is where the channel actually goes. But yes, they're definitely, the plan is to address those issues.
Okay, because they are now concerned with the way the drawings look, that the wall may push water that doesn't go into the culvert onto their property.
Yes.
So
And we have
y'all are
talked,
concerned,
yeah.
you know, it's the part of the channel from the front of Mike's house to the back.
Right.
You know, the channel that runs between Mike's and the Flemings, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked briefly at those, and we've sent those on to AB for review as well. I understand their concern, and even if there is if there is a legitimate concern there, I think it's very workable to address those concerns and fix
And
them.
then the second question is, how does the property at 301 Pleasant, you know, I looked, and several of the neighbors have looked at those building plans, they would discharge the drainage from that property onto, into the intersection, you know, basically at the corner of that intersection. So is that being considered in this design, and what's gonna happen with that water?
100%. We've and they were going to do this anyway, but we were very clear with K-Freeze that they needed to make sure and consider all of that in concert together, and I've been assured that they are. I don't know what the final design, some of what Mr. Waters was referencing earlier was the back and forth related to K-Freeze's thoughts on how to make sure that that corner is taken care of to not make anything worse in the intersection. I don't know what the design specifics are, but to answer your question, it's all definitely being considered together.
Okay. Well, I think it will be important that we don't take out water that's coming now and just replace it with water that's coming at a different,
Agreed.
from a different location and
Yeah.
additional.
And again, I don't know the
Roofing.
specifics, but I know the reference that was made earlier about moving that driveway and planning for an easement and some of those sorts of things I know are ongoing
Okay.
discussions with K-Freeze.
The driveway, addresses the water that comes from above 301 Nixon on Pleasant and Park Hills. So that water is, today it crosses 301 Pleasant at an angle and discharges about midway of the lot. But that's the water from uphill. The additional water that will be created by the larger home is to be discharged at the corner, which is lower than any of the inlets into this new culvert that gets it off the street. Any of the inlets that would get it off the street. So that is the concern that several of the neighbors raised in comments to that building permit about how to address that water.
Right.
So there's two issues there.
Understood.
Okay. And those are both with K-Freeze?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So you made a reference to a letter that you thought that all of council had gotten on September the 16th. I don't have any record of having.
It may have gone, okay. I think Kevin's letter was sent
I saw
to
Kevin's
Ashley, and
letter.
Ashley circulated that. The Fleming's letter does not look like it was circulated, but
Okay.
maybe we need to circulate that one too.
Yes.
And please do. I think I also have that letter, but I want to make sure that I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, I think Ashley can send it.
I'll circulate that.
Thank you.
And then what kind of timeline do we have for K-Freeze getting back on these issues?
We have had some discussions with K-Freeze to express to them our desire to move on a number of issues, this being one of them. I think AB's coming back to work pretty quickly, but
I think next week.
yeah.
And Lauren's replacement will also be.
And yeah, that's a good point. They
Yeah.
did just hire a new engineer, and they're onboarding that engineer to be able to help with some of these issues. Our desire and what we've told them is that doesn't need to slow anything down, but we're working with them, and we're looking forward to AB coming back.
Okay, and have they given you any time frame for that?
The new engineer started this week, and
Well,
so
I mean, for when they'll be able
Oh.
to get back to us, get back to the city on these outstanding issues.
No, other than when I last spoke to AB, he said he was working on trimming down those easements that we discussed, but I actually thought that I would have it back by now, and I didn't realize how soon he would be off on paternity leave. So
I don't think he
And
did either.
yeah, I think it was
a
I
quick.
think it was a surprise to his family as well.
So,
I know I'm in this.
can we ask them for, or express to them a deadline that we would really like to get this
Yes,
taken care of?
yes. We'll follow up with them tomorrow.
And then the other thing I would like to ask for is that we get another report at the next council meeting on this. Let's keep it on the agenda till we get her done.
You got it.
Okay.
Be careful what you wish for.
We need to get it done. Mike or Kevin? Yeah, I was about to do that, but I didn't
What's
know
that?
if you
I'm
guys
sorry.
had anything. School bus issue.
Oh, yeah.
Related to this, and I didn't know if we could contact
Certainly.
the school district,
happy to do that.
transportation department, and see if they could come up with a different place for their
Yeah.
elementary school drop-off, because
Yeah.
the first big rain that we had on a Thursday, I happened to pull up, and Phil was looking at the stuff, and Kevin was out there, and Bert drove by, and we're all sitting here. But right when I drove up, the school bus pulled up and there is a river going down Pleasant.
Yeah,
and-
if anyone
and
in the
Mike's
city ever-
driveway,
yeah.
and the kids were getting off the bus right there.
Yeah. If anyone's ever
safe.
looking for their city council or their mayor, if it rains, if you just go out into the street, we'll probably all pass you at some point, because
Yes.
we all seem to be out there driving around at the same time.
Yeah, I wish I had pulled out my
That's all.
phone and
I
taken
tried
a
to talk to
picture of
Phil,
that
but I was
because-
getting wet, and so we just decided, never mind, we'll talk later. So,
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry
Because
if
it was-
she.
umbrellas I'll leave out.
Yeah, Sarah's provided the answer, and now you can provide the context. So.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure the school bus, because there's not really a good, depending on where there's not many kids that ever get picked up there, but that school bus has moved 3 times over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where the right place to put it is, because they also can't move it up Pleasant because of all the water that comes down on both sides of the street, but
Mhm.
specifically on the north. So when you do talk to them, don't just let them move it up.
Okay.
And I am, now it seems that the kids that get on that stop all live up on Pleasant Cove.
Okay.
We don't want the bus stop moving back to the corner of Hatley and Nixon.
And then they have to
And
go.
then the kids have to walk through that once or twice. I admit this doesn't happen every day,
Sure.
but when he does, we don't want those little ones walking.
Kevin, I believe when I witnessed the school bus, there were cars waiting to pick up their kids
Yeah.
and that type of thing. Obviously, we can't make it, count on the citizenry to be free to be out wherever, to pick up wherever, but do you know anything about, how many of those kids that might be a more likely possibility? Because that gives a lot of flexibility as to where the drop-off might be.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I don't pay that much attention. Like I said, I just happened to be outside the first day of the school in the
Right.
rain, looking at this, and
Right.
I asked the bus driver, "What are you doing?" And she said, "This is the bus stop." So,
Well, and I think the school district changes the location of the bus stop
Right.
based on where the kids are that are,
Right, they do.
yeah.
Enrolled, so that if it's actually, the kids are on Pleasant Cove, they could pull up farther up the hill and
Right.
stop there instead of right in the intersection.
Right.
Yeah, I think they drop more kids up on Pleasant Drive further, is why they try to drop them off there now. But I'll let y'all figure that out. Maybe to save some time, Travis County knows nothing about the drainage in that street, because it's not on any of the flood maps for the county. So when they plan this stuff, they look at where are the floodplains. That's not it. This is a Rollingwood problem. So I don't fault the school district for doing this. They don't
Right.
know any better just looking at the maps.
But
But
we'll reach out to Dr. Arnett and see if we
Yeah.
can have a discussion about it. So.
no idea what the answer is, just above my pay grade. My issue, our staff is always busy and always has a lot of work. Our mayor's always busy and has a lot of work in a day job. This project from the residents' perspective, it just seems like a lot of time goes by between the steps. And obviously, there's stuff going behind the scenes that we don't know about, and you could question whether we should know about it or how open the city wants to be. But it's frustrating for us because we don't know the things going on. And historically, this project does get delayed and gets put behind other stuff because it doesn't rain for months at a time. And it gets backburned for things. Like I said earlier, I was very surprised to see we're having conversations about a different drainage problem rather than talking to these people. Now, there may be a very good reason for that. And maybe it's just me being frustrated with not knowing what it is. What would make me feel better is to have a more defined process. Because I don't think solving all these problems at council is a good use of your time. I'll just say that on record. But we got to find a way to get it done. And so if there's more exposure, this is what we did this month, this is what we're going to do next month. And some more accountability, we got that done. In the past, I would reach out to the the city administrator, and would be told to go somewhere or be given some information depending on what was going on. So if we can, I'll leave it up to y'all, but I'd like to see some other way than just having us all go through one person and then we'd be stuck with that, because there's always going to be some other problem. When I came in front of this council a couple years ago and asked for a liaison from the council, the intent was because the mayor and staff are too busy to do the work, because something else was always more important. And I asked for a volunteer from the council, and we got one. We got 2 that volunteered to do that. Well, our liaison's now the mayor, and he's busy. I mean, this is not, I'm not blaming him or putting something, but that was the original, having somebody from the council paying attention to this gathering stuff, because we do have a lot of, I mean, I have several outstanding emails that I've never had an answer to. Maybe the engineers have read it, maybe they said no problem, I don't know that. But I don't know who to talk to, and, you know, frankly, Gavin gets tired of hearing me call him.
Not
and ask
true,
a
not
question.
true.
So that would be, I don't know if it's come back next month and tell us what it is, that'll work for a month, but if there's a process that city staff can come up with, that would, I think, make us feel better. I will leave that for y'all to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, ma'am.
I just noticed, this is the engineer's monthly report from K-Freeze. On this project, it says KFA on hold pending easement coordination, design, and coordination by city staff.
I suspect that's because that was drafted by Lauren before she left, and
Okay, all right.
yeah. Yeah. Mr. Mayor?
I'm Michael Marin. I'm the owner at 303 Nixon. My house is the most affected house of this drainage problem. If I don't put a 2x8 by 16 foot piece of lumber in front of my entryway, the water will literally flow down my entryway into my front door and out my back door. So I keep a piece of lumber out there so that doesn't happen, so that the city's failure to act does not damage my house. The city uses my driveway as its sole stormwater exit, and it has ruined my backyard. Every time, whether it was with LNV years ago, or more recently with K-Freeze, LNV and then K-Freeze, the transition, I have participated in every step, asking, and I've been pleading for years. Kevin's been pleading for years. I'm very frustrated that it's been taking this long, and I kind of want to echo Shanti's comment that I've kind of lost faith, because it's just frustrating. I'm a lawyer, and so I can, you know, call some eminent domain lawyers, but I don't want to get in litigation. That would be foolish. I would actually like some help from my community, from my city council, to try to focus on this and get the problem fixed. We've studied and restudied. I don't know how many surveys, I don't know how much money the city has poured into just studying the problem, that I think has been mismanaged, honestly, because there's been so many things that have been sort of the same work done over and over. I'm just very frustrated, and I just wanted to make that comment. Thank
Mr. Marin, are you, if you stay there, are you happy with where the line is drawn currently
Where
for your easement? Are you pleased with the easement that you've been requested to give?
So that's kind of a general statement. You and I have talked about it in this very room the last time, that the 90% plan, I think it was called, and there were some issues in there, so I can't say that I accept it. I don't even recall what the specifics were that I identified.
On that corner, though, that cuts, are you good with it the way it's drawn from a functional engineering standpoint, the way K-Freeze has drawn it today, or do you want it to move further out to not take in as much of your corner?
The way, the most recent, where the head wall ends, right now, I say head wall, where it exits, where the pipe ends,
Yes, sir.
and then the wall ends, and then it turns the corner. I wanted it a little bit further back. That's what I expressed, because when we started the project, it was represented that it would be a certain way, and every time it's kind of encroached more and more. And I understand Duncan's frustration. But the last project, where it goes from the gate to the back of the playhouse,
Right.
that was okay with me generally, with the other caveats and the other things that I articulated to you and AB in early June, I think.
And we moved, and we made some changes subsequent to that conversation, but as it's
No.
drawn today,
I don't think that we did, not that I'd seen, not since the
we
last
did,
conversation.
and you know it, because the cedar tree that you expressed concern about leaving is now drawn in a different way so that that tree remains where it is.
And I'm talking about a conversation after that.
Okay.
Because we had a subsequent conversation. So you're talking about a different conversation than I was.
And in that conversation, did you not express to me that the corner that gets cut is too much, and then you would like to move it out so that it doesn't take as much of that corner in?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And, I mean, we've had that 90% plan for, what, since April or March?
And we're ready to push dirt if we
Yeah.
can get everyone to agree to it.
Well, if moving that corner comes at the expense of excavating more of my property, I've got a huge problem with that. I don't even have a problem in that the lines were drawn up into the hillside by my pool to excavate that. And so, yeah, we'll have a major problem with that.
And council, therein lies
Well,
our
we
stalemate.
can't just throw up our hands.
I'm
though.
not, I have not thrown up my
Yeah,
hands.
we need to get K-Freeze in the room with these
Yeah.
property owners, and let's methodically go through each issue, and creative, reasonable people can find a way to get it done.
That is
But
it.
we
And
have,
one thing that we
it
talked about from the
seems,
beginning was having, I'm sorry to interrupt, Brooke, but go ahead.
it seems that there've been individual conversations, but we haven't had everybody in the room.
Not
and-
true.
And
Not true.
well, since the last drawings were done, there's not been a stakeholder group meeting, to my understanding, to go through the specific issues with those drawings and try to work something out. If we can't work it out, we can't work it out, but there's not a way to work it out. We've gotta push these guys and
But-
find a way to get it done.
Yeah.
That-
And we did-
One-
we- and-
actually, I think I was, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Um,
Yes, sir.
One thing that we did talk about early on when we first met with when we did this sort of community walk out there, I knew that there was gonna be an issue at that pinch point, and that what I thought would needed to happen there was to have a deeper channel by building walls on both sides, so that on my lot, you could go up and have a wall, and you could have a wall on your thing, and at that point, it could be, that there could be an engineering solution so it reduces the taking of dirt. Because, you know, for me, it's my backyard, for you, it's way down there, but I totally understand your concern. But
If
anyway,
it's way down there, it'd be okay. The problem is, there's excavation taking place into my yard and up the hill. And so, it seems like the quickest way to solution is have this stakeholders meeting with K-Freeze present and go through the itemize what the issues are and see if we can go to a solution. Because it's back and forth, me to you, to K-Freeze, to back, it's just not gonna converge. And we need to have a dedicated meeting for.
We can do that. For the record, we have had 5 of those, but I am more than happy to have a 6th.
and I acknowledge that you have had those
Okay.
meetings, and
I just
I've
didn't.
participated in
I know
those
you
meetings.
have, so, yeah, thank you. And we'll do that. We'll do that. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the water coming down from 3225 is also taken into consideration?
The water coming from about 100 acres all converges
Okay.
in this one
Because
spot.
We
Yes,
talked about it earlier
yes.
today.
This
and
is the city's largest basin.
Okay.
And the point that we're talking about is the lowest point in the largest basin
Okay,
in the city, yeah.
thanks.
Well, it goes lower and it passes Roxanne's house, but
Well, fair enough. The lowest collection point before it then goes lower.
yes.
I must say, I was a little nervous with the plan that says, we're not sure about the K-Freeze plan, and we're not sure about the effects downstream once we make them. I'm like going, my ears perked
Yeah.
up.
The good news
It's
is
like,
it does
it's
get
not making it worse.
continually deeper. The ravine itself gets
Well,
continually.
and there's not as many,
Right.
this intersection is where we have multiple converging,
All the
Streams.
things, yeah.
and it's all in one stream where it passes your house, so.
You got a lot more gravity down there.
Got what?
You have a lot more gravity at your house than we have up on the plateau.
Well, there's also my neighbor Amy Patella's house
Mhm.
right there. So I mean, there could potentially be some ramifications there, obviously, and that has to be taken into account.
And it also, any water that comes off the park and the tennis courts also comes down that same drainway.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, council. Thank you, residents. With that, we'll move on from agenda item number 15, move to agenda item number 16. Status report from the city administrator and police chief in regard to implementation of the code compliance officer resolution. Well, we'll just recognize, however you
Yeah.
guys want to split it
You
up.
got
You
this.
just talk amongst
Yeah.
yourselves.
So just wanted to go over kind of our implementation of the resolution, and Corporal Arisby has been named as our official code compliance officer in our department. And he has been working hand in hand with Ms. Dykes to create a cohesive code enforcement team, but it's Officer or Corporal Arisby who actually implements and writes the citations for the city. The other thing that we also are doing is any patrol officer who does run into any type of code enforcement situation, they do forward the information to Corporal Arisby to kind of streamline that process. That way, it's all coming from the actual code enforcement office. And so what we have also started doing internally too is no verbal warnings have been given. We do only do written warnings to the responsible party. That way we can also have some type of documentation in place that this has already been warned or whatnot. That way it creates more of a documentation process within our agency. And then so what they also do is they, Ms. Dykes and Corporal Arisby have created a Google Doc and that way the city administrator and myself can also view to see if, if we have been contacted regarding a property, what the resolution was regarding that complaint. And that way everybody is on the same page, that nothing is, kind of falling through the cracks or anything like that. It's just that everybody can see what's going on in the process. And as far as the other portion of the resolution, all his contact information has been placed on the website on how to contact him via email or by phone. So we have taken care of that as well. But they have worked diligently and hard. You've got a great working code enforcement team going on. Excellent. And he also is patrolling every day to see, if he finds any violations. And then any violations that go into actually the building side, that's when he has conversations with Ms. Dykes to kind of see what, as far as the permitting side goes, and things like that. So they do work cohesively together. But other than that, do you have any questions? That seems like everything is working, moving in the right direction. Go
I
ahead.
just want to say thanks. I mean, I've seen it's pretty visible, like what's going on with the fences, construction fences. There was like several weeks where we passed the ordinance, but nothing but I noticed they're all up. The privacy fences are there. So that's one thing I will say I've noticed. It's a good
Yeah.
thing. So
I want
good
to,
job.
on that note, commend the chief and her staff, but also like to commend Nikki on that. I think with a real focus toward compliance, Nikki sent out an email making sure that everybody, I think, maybe went to a little bit broader distribution group to begin with than what we anticipated, but she did a great job in letting everybody know how to comply with the thing that we wanted them to comply with, and then a week later sent an email just to the contractors explaining to them that in a week's time we would be writing citations if they didn't get it together. So good job, and that's what spurred that, and we're still working through a few of those issues, but I think it largely led to the kind of compliance that you're talking about. So that's that kind of working relationship and that kind of activity that I think is the right approach. Again, not a focus on, not necessary. It's a focus on compliance. We just want you to comply. So,
Good.
all right.
Excellent, thank you.
So I have a quick question. So one of the things that I notice, occupational hazard, is the stormwater issues and our, MS4 requirements, silt fences, things like that. I did not know if we have had anybody from K-Freeze that does our MS4 permit come by and talk to Nikki and Corporal Arisby to make sure that they are aware of what kind of issues to look for and things to
That's a good idea.
to You know, because silt fence is not there, or piles of dirt without anything, you know, that's just washing down the driveway every time it rains, and then down the street and down the, you know, or silt fences have silt up to the, you know, very tip top of the silt fence, and so the next time it rains, it's all going over the top, and, you know, just a lot of things like that that.
Yeah. That's a great
Yeah.
suggestion, and I think one we can easily do, and we have some good documentation on the MS4 requirements, so we will, we'll circle back and make sure that that happens. I'll also say, kind of on this note, and I understand where you're going on the silt fences, we're also talking about, Ms. Dykes and I visited, and Ms. Wayman visited, we are in the process of talking to ATS about an opportunity to do what I call a system-wide inspection that we don't really do right now. It's not a thing, but we're going to create this thing, and it's where we, as a city, can call in sort of a mass inspection to make sure that so that they might take one day, and we'll pay ATS to do this, but we call in an inspection, but like let's use silt fences as an example, where they go around to all of the sites in a day, and we, pay for that service, that inspection. Again, a focus on compliance as opposed to a gotcha after the fact. But instead of us calling it in on one property, let's just take a day and say, hey, we're calling in an inspection on all silt fences, right? And so ATS then would make their way around and focus on that particular, just like they do a plumbing rough or a plumbing top out or a sheetrock inspection or something like that. We can do that same sort of thing. Again, it's not really been done, but I think we're going to have some success in visiting with ATS to do that. So that's one thing that that we're working through too, and I think it'll be a good positive new thing that we can do to encourage compliance. So.
Yeah. It's easier to keep the dirt on the property than have to clean it up out of the street
Correct.
after it gets
And it's
washed
easier,
down.
and it's easier and makes more sense for us to not have to concern ourselves with that after the problem has
Right.
already happened, right?
Right.
But to have the inspection up front. So,
Right.
yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chief.
Shanti J. Kumar, I can't let this opportunity go without thanking Brooke, especially, and Mayor and Ashley for pursuing this matter in having a code compliance officer. When she first brought it up, there was a lot of, did we not? But I remembered that way back when I was on the council, you were a code compliance officer. And I made a point to say that Crystal will remember. So thank you also, and you're back as our chief. I really appreciate it. So thank you all very much for doing this. I think it'll be a big plus in all these construction projects going on. Thank you. And thank you.
All right, great. Council, anything else on this item? All right, we'll keep moving. We're
Halfway through.
moving pretty good here. We're gonna pick up the pace. I think we're
Yeah, we're
past the
halfway.
controversial stuff. We're gonna get rocking here.
That's why I was almost.
Yeah.
Maybe we pick 'em up.
Right.
Get pizza and go.
I'm gonna get pizza here in a minute. We still have pizza in there if anybody needs it, and I do need it in a moment. So just
Well,
prepare
since we're halfway through, can we perhaps take?
Oh,
a-
let's just alternate in and out.
Okay.
I'll bring you some pizza in just a second.
Okay.
Let's just keep ginning, man.
All right, all right.
All right,
I like it.
moving on to agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action on an interlocal agreement between the City of Rollingwood and Travis County for an update to the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. Recognize, this is a good time for me to go get pizza because I've got nothing nice to say. I'll recognize the chief to tell us about this item.
Right, so, basically what this is actually an interlocal that we would go into with Travis County to, form a hazard mitigation plan. And they are asking that each municipality pay $500 towards, it is a one-off. I did verify that it's not an annual fee, but it is a one-off to kind of offset some of the fees to create this mitigation plan. It's up to us as a city to adopt the interlocal. I do think it is a good idea to move in that direction because it's one of those is once the boat leaves the dock, it's hard to get on the boat. And this, what it does is it'll identify any type of, hazard that we as a city could possibly have, which would more than likely be like wildfires or something like that, which would be more pertinent to us. So.
Good.
I hurried up and got it out.
Thank you, Sarah.
I know how this works.
Okay, council, any other questions? Okay, I'll just say, I think this is something the county should provide with the tax dollars I provide them. But if you guys want to spend $500 on it, knock yourselves out.
Is it in our budget?
If this is the only way we get it, is by paying them $500, or else we have to come up with this plan by ourselves, it's liable to cost us more than $500.
I suspect it's something they're already required to do anyway, and they'll do it whether we help pay for it or not. And if they can't scrape together $5 or $6 grand, anyway, do what you want to do. I'll vote the motion if you make it.
I move we approve the interlocal agreement with Travis County for the hazard mitigation plan.
I begrudgingly recognize the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second from Councilwoman McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Nice job, chief. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 18, discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of a capital improvement plan in accordance with section 2-338 of the city's code of ordinances. I have some deep thoughts on this, but I'm going to let Ms. Wayman walk us through our thought process, and we'll go from there.
So yes, this is a requirement for per section 2338 of the city's code of ordinances. It requires that we establish, adopt, and maintain a capital improvements plan that lists all of our projects. It has 3 different lists. It has the approved funded list, the approved unfunded list, and then also, I'm blanking on what the third one is called. It's more or less a wish list where I think it's unapproved project list. We've kind of taken a stab at adding in the projects onto the approved capital improvements projects with identified funding sources and identifying what those sources are, as well as those without the funding sources, and then those that are on the unscheduled project list. This mirrors pretty well the ordinance as it's set out currently for how these projects are to go through and how they're approved and moved up the list. So I'm happy to take any questions or discussions on the projects.
Ms. Brown?
I read through this. My only recommendation would be to move drainage infrastructure from an approved capital improvement to an unscheduled project list. I don't think we've actually approved those projects, and we've got.
That's actually a great point. We should have caught that. We can do that. And we'll maybe if you would make the motion or amend the motion, or whoever makes the motion, to have that be reflective in the motion, that would be good. Okay. So, council, this is obviously something that the council has brought up. I know Ms. Brown has brought this up in the past. I know Mr. Robinson, I think, is also someone who had brought it up in the past. And to be honest with you, it's a pretty well-written part of the code. It's workable, I think. Somewhere in the past, it had sort of been forgotten.
My guess is that the bond advisors thought it's a good idea, and it helps show that we have long-range planning for capital projects.
There's a number of reasons that I think it's good, and it's a manageable way for us to,
Keep the ball
to,
rolling.
to keep the ball rolling. You know, and I think the action that you take on the budget each year constitutes, you know, the actions that of what's funded and what's not. So it's a good way to kind of keep up with those things. We're going to put it on our operational timeline to revisit it. The code requires it to be revisited once a year during this time, during the budgeting time. And that's why it's on tonight's agenda, because it syncs up with the budget itself. And we'll put it on the operational timeline that we've been working on for the last 7 months. Anyway, that's all I have to say about it, but I think it is a workable code. At some point, we may want to come back and revisit and fine tune it a little bit, but I think it's fine for now, and I think getting it kind of set up the way we've set it up should get us rolling. So, all right, anything else? Happy to have a motion.
I move we approve the capital improvements plan in accordance with section 2.338 of the Code of Ordinances, with one amendment, and that would be to move the drainage infrastructure improvements plan as shown on page 2, move it from the paragraph approved capital projects to the paragraph unscheduled project list.
Heard the motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second
Jinx.
by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thanks, council. This is a good addition. And just for the record, you'll add this to our chart so that you don't lose
Yep.
track of it.
You got it.
Trying to do a better job of not losing track of these things. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 19, discussion and possible action on an amendment to the management services agreement between the City of Rollingwood and the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation, and I'll recognize Ms. Wayman.
All right, this is the agreement currently that the city and the city Rollingwood Community Development Corporation have together for the administration for RCDC. So they pay kind of based on their use of city facilities, staff time, services, all of our meetings, technology, software, audit, kind of a portion of our operations around here. The only amendment that is being brought before the council today is to change the way the amount is determined in this agreement. So previously it was set at $88,000. Last year the RCDC had discussions about trying to change that amount, and when they brought it to council it was kind of at the last minute and it was already time to approve budgets. And so this is kind of based on a suggestion by them to leave it open and have it just be an amount that's approved in the budgeting process, both by RCDC and by City Council. And this can account for years when there's more or less work produced by the RCDC. So if they're doing a whole bunch of projects and it's taking more staff time and resources, that we're able to allocate that, and all it would take would be a budget approval by RCDC and the City Council. So that is the change you see here today. I will mention that, and this is going to come into play next on the RCDC budget amendment or budget acceptance as well. There was one other change that the RCDC did ask to be put into this agreement, and they actually approved it with that change. And that was under item 6 to include legal services to that list of the things that would be provided by the city. We thought that was great. We were like, sure, we're going to do it. And then came back from legal later to say, hold on, they have their own agreement with the firm. And so that actually needs to be paid for by them directly, not through the services agreement with the city. So you'll see later that we've changed their budget around a little bit from the time that they've adopted it, and that will go back to them for adoption. And this will also go back to them with that without legal services included here. So this is the only change you see here under section 2.
But the bottom line dollar amount
has not changed. Right.
Yeah. All right. Pretty straightforward. Happy to have a motion.
I move to approve the amendment to the management services agreement between the City of Rollingwood and the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation as laid out by our city administrator.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. McKee, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action on a resolution approving a budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation, Rollingwood, Texas, for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023. I'll recognize Ms. Wayman, but this is what she just laid out. This is executing what, essentially what you just approved. And with that, Ms. Wayman.
Yes, this is the resolution to approve the budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation. All of their expenditures must be approved by City Council, so every year their budget comes to you all to be finally approved. The only thing that has changed, they did approve it with the $77,000 for that management services agreement. After advice from council, we have changed it to $72,000 for the services agreement, and the additional $5,000 for those legal services to be paid directly from the RCDC as opposed to flowing through the city's agreement for management services. So bottom line has not changed. With this, we would ask that you would approve their budget with the amendment as presented, and then we will take it back to them for their final approval as well, but it should not change anything in practice at all. It's just a minor cleanup of their budget.
Sorry, I had pizza.
All right, I move, I'm sorry. go ahead.
Well, I move to approve the budget for RCDC as laid out by Ms. Wayman with the amendment as presented.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Ms. McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending section 101-247 of the city's code of ordinances to allow for the designation of holidays in which construction is permitted. I see that it's my agenda item, but I'm going to ask Ms.
I can
Wayne.
take that as well. Sure. I tried. I put you on it.
Yeah, put me on the spot.
So this item also kind of runs a little bit in conjunction with item 22. So what we do here will be important for that item as well. The only change that is being requested to the ordinance language is to allow for designated city holidays. So there's been over the years questions about, well, I thought it was a federal holiday, or well, I didn't know that was a city holiday. And so we do obviously provide our holiday calendar, but there's been concern about, well, if there's a holiday in the middle of the week, that maybe builders should be able to continue with their construction if it's not something that is a maybe widely taken holiday, that there may be a chance for those be designated as construction holidays or not, where they could possibly work. So one small word here, amendment to the ordinance to allow for us to designate those construction holidays.
And we can get into those holidays in the next agenda item, but if we could at least do this, then you'll still have a second bite of the apple here in a moment, and I would love to have a motion.
I move to approve the ordinance amending section 101-247 of the city's code of ordinances to allow for the designation of holidays in which construction is permitted.
You've heard the motion by Ms. McKee. Have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Now we will pull up agenda item number 22. Discussion and possible action on the 2022-2023 holiday calendar for the city of Rollingwood. And you have that provided to you in your packet. Essentially what we're doing here is the only kind of outliers where we would not designate as a city holiday to match the federal holidays would be Columbus Day / Indigenous Peoples Day, President's Day, and Texas Independence Day. All of which fine holidays in and of themselves, but they're in the week and it's probably not worth.
It's not all of them.
There's also that one
Also,
Christmas.
the
What did I miss?
The day before Christmas.
Christmas.
The Friday.
Early.
Oh, sorry.
Friday
Right.
before Christmas.
Right.
And the Friday, the 23rd. I'm sorry, I missed that one.
And I would argue that we should have that be a,
That's fine.
I mean, Christmas holidays
In all
is longer than,
In-
than just the day, and people don't want to be off for
that's fine.
vacation with family coming and having construction going on when they're holidaying.
In reality, builders are going to have trouble getting anyone to show up that day anyway.
Right.
So, yeah.
I would concur.
Happy to add that one in the motion that you might be willing to make so we can keep moving.
I would say this is twice as many holidays as I get.
Yeah,
It's a lot of holidays.
It's a lot of holidays.
it is.
Some good ones in there, though.
I move to approve the the 2022-23 holiday calendar for the city of Rollingwood as presented with the amendment that we add Friday, December 23rd to the list of designated holidays.
A fine motion. You've heard it. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion?
Do we need to clarify that we're adding that to the list of designated construction holidays?
I thought that's what we're
I
doing.
think
I didn't think
she
she
did,
said
yeah,
the
she added it.
construction, she didn't say the
included
construction.
amendment. Oh,
The
Yeah, I
intent.
don't think she said
yeah.
construction holiday, so
The
it just
intent-
said as a holiday,
yeah.
so.
The intent is understood. If you'll state that, Councilwoman Brown. That's your intent, correct?
That is my intent.
You got it.
I got it.
All those in, any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Who was the second on that? Phil.
Mr. McDuffie. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 23, discussion and possible action to approve the City of Austin Health and Human Services interlocal agreement for public health services. Recognize Ms. Wayman to explain the item.
This is just the annual renewal of our health inspection services with the City of Austin. They do those for us for all of our commercial customers, and they basically just agree to do the inspections, but also to charge as they would for those to those commercial businesses. So just a annual extension of that agreement.
I move approval of the designation of the ordinance designating Austin American Statesman as the
Nope.
official
Nope.
newspaper.
No,
Move
we're
one
wrong.
up.
Am I
I
on the
like
wrong
your
one?
style.
Sorry. I move approval of the City of Austin Health and Human Services interlocal agreement for public health services.
second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays. Calling up agenda item number 24, discussion and possible action on ordinance designating the Austin American Statesman as the city's official newspaper, and I'll recognize Ms. Brown.
There being no discussion.
None at all.
Recognize Ms. Wayne.
I'm sure, as most everyone has heard, the Picayune is closing its doors after, I think, 46 years. Last week was their last issue. And so they were our main newspaper as required to designate for all of our notices and everything we could use. We did also use the Austin American Statesman on the off chance that we needed to get something published quicker than we could in the Picayune. They were a weekly publication and the Statesman is daily. So this ordinance is just to amend our current ordinance to designate Austin American Statesman as our official newspaper.
And council, this is a statutory requirement. We have to have a designated paper on record. So that's what you're doing here. I will say, this is a far and far more expensive paper to have designated, and that is
Well,
a potential problem, a budgetary problem. We're gonna continue to try to look for other options, and so if we find out or figure out another option, then we may be back to you, but it's pretty limited because we are required, there are certain publication, what am I trying to say?
Frequency.
Frequency, there's a certain
requirements.
frequency
criteria.
requirement that's required, so, anyway, we're gonna keep working on it, and we're gonna try to go, not get too crazy with our postings, but this is kind of our only option, so, anyway. Yes, ma'am.
Shanti Jaykumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. You know how important this paper has been to me, the Picayune. For years, I have been cutting out all the articles about Rollingwood, so I have binders full of Rollingwood history. So all of a sudden, it's like gone, and I'm like, what do we do now? What do I do? No, really.
You have to draft them from scratch.
Start a new binder. No, I mean, we're going to miss your column, okay? We're going to miss our... we are, honestly.
Thank you.
It was a great column.
We are going to miss our candidates running for office. Those were always featured in the paper because the Austin American doesn't do that. And then we are going to miss, of course, the statutory required publications for P&Z or the budget and stuff like that. And a whole host of other things that would be our local news. So we really need to have another option to convey, even if people didn't get the actual physical copy delivered, they would look online and be able to find that information that is local to Rollingwood. And I don't know, that leaves a big hole in our coverage to our citizens about what's going on, you know? Time maybe to resume having a city newsletter. I don't know. I mean, I'm just putting out the idea so that we can be thinking about it. As far as the publication of legal documents or whatever that is required by law, I would like to know how we can also inform the public, like myself, for instance, as to when that publication comes in. I'm subscribed to the Austin American since 1984. I refuse to give up my hard copy, but I can't be searching down columns after columns for something that pertains to Rollingwood. And it could be just a tiny little thing. So if there's a way to copy that onto our website, for instance, anytime you put something in the Statesman, that's just a suggestion. So people are informed that way.
There are some, I'm way over my skis here, but I'll refer you to Ashley. There are some search engines that you can set up to find all of those types of
Yeah.
articles and have them emailed to you.
Right,
so-
right. I'm subscribed to Google, which
Oh,
is,
there
you
you
know,
go.
it
Right.
gives me anything on Rollingwood,
Mhm.
Rollingwood, California. I mean, whatever, you know. So anything dealing with Rollingwood, I've been subscribed to that. So I do find out.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about more for other people, like generally, you know, that people want to know.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big loss for our community. Kids' sporting events, you know, would always be in the paper. And maybe even some other local news that's exciting to all of us. So think about something that we can do to spread the
Fill
information.
the void.
To our community, whatever you come up with, but also let us know when you publish something in the paper, so that way everybody
Got it.
duplicate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shanti.
I was going to say we needed to have a moment of silence for the Picayune here.
It is
It's
sad.
just-
Yeah, it
it's-
is sad.
It's very sad.
Yep, it is. So, there we go. There's our moment of silence. All right.
Awkward pause is not quite the same
Yeah.
thing, but I move approval of the city designating the Austin American-Statesman as the official newspaper for city legal notice postings.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson
Second.
and a second by Ms. McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And Mr. McDuffie is off the dais, but we'll note when he comes back. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 25, discussion and possible action in regard to adoption of ordinance addressing eligibility requirements for Rollingwood boards and commissions, and recognize Ms. Brown for her agenda item.
Members of the council and Mr. Mayor, this is I am proposing a draft ordinance that would reinstate language that existed before the pandemic in the code that required people serving on boards and commissions to meet the same eligibility requirements as a council member must meet. This was dropped during the pandemic because there were fewer people eligible to serve, and we had some non-citizens who offered service to the city of Rollingwood. They were residents but non-citizens. So with the life returning to normal and the need to have some eligibility requirements, I offer this ordinance that would reestablish the same requirements for boards and commissions as exist for council members. Those requirements are listed in the memo, the agenda sheet that accompanies this, and I'm happy to entertain any discussion on it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there discussion or question with Ms. Brown?
Thank you for bringing this back. That was removed against my better judgment anyway, so I'm glad we're have the opportunity to put it back in.
I voted for it, but I don't care. All right.
I'm happy to offer a motion.
I'm happy to entertain it.
I move to approve an ordinance amending section 2.193 of the city's code of ordinances. It would not amend, it would add a section 2.193 that would establish membership requirements for service on city boards and commissions.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 26, discussion and possible action to review applications and to make appointments to the Utility Commission. Ms. Wayman.
Yes, there is currently one opening on the Utility Commission, and we have two applicants for the Utility Commission, Wendy Hunley and Walt Rollison. Their applications are in the packet.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
As I've thought about these appointments, it seems to me that having just adopted an ordinance that sets requirements, that we ought to ask these applicants to resubmit their applications based on the requirements that we've just adopted. I'm not sure that there's any urgency to making these appointments this month, but I think that it would be the proper thing to do now that we've adopted the ordinance setting qualifications. Our applications don't have those they don't cover all of the qualification criteria, so.
If council chooses to take no action on this item tonight, then that's how we would proceed.
I would move that we pass on this action and consider it at next month's meeting. And that we ask anyone who has a pending application to resubmit an application based on the new requirements.
Or amend their application to supply the missing pieces.
So if you'd like to table, so I'd recommend if you want to make a motion to table this agenda item till next month, that would probably be the preferred method. Or we can just or I can, if no one makes a motion and dies on the vine, I can just move on past it.
Well, there are two actions. One is to table any appointments until next month, and the second item is to ask if the pending applicants to resubmit an application based on the newly adopted criteria.
Do they need to resubmit, or can they just confirm that they comply with the criteria?
Either one. I'm happy to accept either of those restated motions that you just made.
I think it's easier to have them resubmit, and then we have the same information for everyone. If
That's fine, but I still need a motion, yeah.
Well, I thought we were in discussion at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. You can still talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, we would,
I can do it either way.
we just have to add something to the application form for those criteria?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we can update that on the website and then notify each of them that there's been updates.
My only concern with having them resubmit, and this is not necessarily the ideal way of doing it, but we have frequently said whoever, if we have multiple people for one slot, it's like, well, who submitted their application first? If we have everybody resubmit and they resubmit them in a different order, I don't think we should, how do we keep the same date?
Priority.
Somehow we need to keep track of that, is all I'm saying, if we have them resubmit an application.
Or show the initial submission and resubmittal
Right.
date.
The practical effect will be the same, so
Yeah.
if you want to make the double barrel motion, happy to entertain that one. If you want to just keep it with the single motion, the effect will be generally the same, but happy to entertain either motion if you want to make it.
Okay. I move that we postpone action on any appointment to any commission at this meeting, and that we request the pending applicants for boards or commissions to resubmit applications based on the new criteria, and that we show in the summary that's presented to the council both the applicant's original application date and their resubmittal date.
Second.
You've heard the motion by Ms. Brown and the second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion?
One comment I had.
Yes, sir, Mr. Robinson.
On the previous requirements ordinance, I mean, we passed an action to update the ordinance, but we haven't really adopted the ordinance, have we, at that point? That didn't look like an official ordinance that we, in the style, the font, and everything like that. I've seen. I'm just wondering if here's the question, I guess. Does 25 come back to us again next time? Or is it?
Sorry, you choked me up.
Could we hear the discussion?
We were trying to decide if council was okay with, obviously you've adopted it, but we were asking council if she felt like it needed to come back for additional adoption with signature lines, and I was getting
And a number and.
yeah, a number and that sort of thing. We were getting clarity on that.
So at this point, since it's still the same meeting, we can always, if the person or the proponent of the motion for number 25 wants to revise or amend their motion to authorize approval of the ordinance to be, authorize the city administrator and the city attorney to put that into the proper format and numbering, then you can make that motion or amend your motion. If the person who seconded it amends it as well, agrees to that amendment, we can re-vote on it. If you can't get a vote to pass, then that would be up to y'all whether or not to leave it adopted in the way it is, or whether to come back with a cleaned version with signature lines and ordinance number. If that's all that's missing, we can do it either way.
Is that okay?
I would, I'll make a, if we go back to the prior, I think, don't you have to call up?
Yeah,
the-
if everybody's good with that, stick with me and we'll back this thing up. You ready?
Do we have to back, can we finish the one we're talking about
We-
and
yeah,
then
we
go
have
back?
to.
Or
We
do
need
we
to.
have to go back
We
first?
We need to finish the
Okay.
item,
Okay.
and then it will
Okay.
be the chair's intent to go back to item 25, clean that up, and then move on. So,
Okay.
yes. So with that, you have, I believe, a motion and a second pending.
Correct.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, although this is on agenda item number 26. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I would accept, it's all of you are on the prevailing side. I will accept a motion to reconsider the vote by which item number 25 was adopted.
I move to reconsider the vote by which item 25 was adopted.
You heard a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. A motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDovey to reconsider the vote by which item number 25 was adopted. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Chair now calls up item 25 once again.
I move approval of the ordinance as contained in our packet to amend the Code of Ordinances by adding section 2.193 addressing membership requirements for boards and commissions. And I ask that that approval be with the understanding that this ordinance as contained in the packet will be put in proper format with the proper numbering and signature lines. And I move approval on that basis.
You've heard the motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You've heard the motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you for letting me make a motion that we haven't had to do in a while, too. Gets a little redundant.
Get you some practice.
That's right. Exactly.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item number 27, discussion and possible action to appoint Mayor Gavin Maskill as the city's representative to the General Assembly of the Capital Area Council of Governments. This is a big one, members. Ms. Wayman.
Yes.
What have you gotten me into?
Previously, the previous mayor served as the city's representative for CapCog. This is something we pay for membership every year and assign a representative, and so this would update that to be Mayor Massingill.
Is there a motion?
I move to appoint Mayor Gavin Massingill as the city's representative on the General Assembly for CapCog.
You have a motion by Ms. McKee. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? My question is, do I have an opportunity to have a designee? Can I send you? We'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 28, discussion and possible action to cast a ballot for the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool Board of Trustees election. Recognize Ms. Wayman to explain the item.
Yes, the TML Intergovernmental Risk Pool is what we use for our insurance, our workers' comp, and I think I think approximately like 95% of cities in Texas actually use the risk pool for these same services. This is the election of officers. I believe they serve 6 years on the board of directors, and so these have come before you today for possible re-election or election of a board member, and then we'll send those off to the risk pool.
I have a question. The packet has places 6 or 9. Do we get to vote on all of those places?
I meant to check on that today before this meeting. And I'm not sure about that. I can try to do a little research in between. I kind of thought that too. I know like on the TML Health Board of Directors, we just have one for our region. I do know this is due before our next council meeting, so I don't know.
And it looks like
They're just for Region 7.
We have a meeting on the 27th. Can we put it on that? Or no?
It could be brought back on our special meeting. Might make it a 6-minute meeting instead of a 5-minute meeting.
That would make it really special.
Yeah.
yeah.
We can do
Sounds
that.
good.
We're happy to do that. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I did mean to ask them which, if all or one we got to vote for.
Good question. And if it's okay with the council, we'll just skip this and bring it back on the 27th.
And
Yes.
I would also like to ask our city administrator to make a recommendation as to which
Yeah.
person you might recommend to the council for our vote.
Okay. I'll be able to do that.
Let's put you on the spot.
Can't wait. These are my friends.
Okay. Sounds great. We will move past this and bring it back to you on the 27th. If that's okay with everyone, it seems like it is. And we will, with that, move on to agenda item number 29. Discussion and possible action to schedule a joint meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to address updates to the commercial zoning code and the residential zoning code. And I will recognize Ms. Brown, and I will just say, I think we do still have this on the standing, like, once we get the meeting, like it's already.
I hope, yes.
Yeah, so.
Yes, it is.
But we'll recognize Ms. Brown.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I brought this item back so that you might have a chance to look at actual language that would accomplish what we had talked about at the last meeting, and that would be putting a limit on encroachments and projections into the setbacks. It was not easy to come up with something simple that works. And this language that is before you today has been run by both Brendan Milan at K-Freeze, and it was also sent on the agenda for the planning and zoning meeting, and shared with, or I'm not sure if it was in a packet, but it was shared by email with members of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Right.
One of whom, Dave Bench, sent back comments today recommending a change to it, but otherwise in agreement with the concept. And so I brought it back, not that we adopt this language at the council level, but that the council can express any concerns they might have or discussion they might want the planning and zoning to undertake when this comes in front of them. The recommendation that came from Dave Bench, which I agree with, is that we ought to make an exception for eaves to allow an encroachment of up to 4 feet for an eave, saying that that is typically the width of an eave that allows it to shade windows on a typical home, broad enough to allow low-angle winter sun through a building window and high enough to block the summer sun. So I would open this up for discussion, and I think it's fairly easy to amend subdivision E of the proposed section 10776 that would make an exception that would allow eaves to extend into the yard a maximum of 4 feet, and retain the other items here at a maximum of 2 feet.
I will say that there is nothing in the ordinance or in the proposal that prevents you from having a 4-foot eve. It just says that if you're gonna have a 4-foot eve, you gotta be in 4 feet from the setbacks. Because a 4-foot eve on a 10-foot setback side, that puts the water coming off the eve 6 feet from the property line. If it falls straight down, and depending on whether or not it's a sloped roof or a flat roof, if it's a sloped roof and it's 35 feet high and it's raining really hard, that water is going off into the neighbor's property. So I don't think we need to be moving 4 feet into the
That's a good,
setback.
that's a good comment. That's a good comment.
It is. Yeah. I agree with you.
Another comment I had, I think it was about the exceptions. Are, HVAC equipment or pool equipment, is that, are those structures that are qualified, or, how does that, in your view, play out?
The HVAC, I will have to say I have not researched that in our current code. The pool equipment would follow, there's a special ordinance that addresses pool equipment. And this proposal would not change that pool setback requirement. What we're trying to do here, I think in my view and in the future, when we have looked at residential zoning comprehensively, I would recommend we make that change, that we require those structures to be within the setbacks. But this is trying to address the issue that we've had with roofs and patios and cantilevered walls and rooms, so that we tighten that up. In the meantime, this is a patch, not the complete fix on our yards.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that I think that HVAC couldn't be in the setback. I might be not in agreement with some people on here on that. I was just wondering if that's was like in here or not.
I would
It's
have
not,
to
yeah.
research whether or not there's an ordinance, whether another provision of the code expressly
Right.
addresses HVAC,
Yeah,
and I haven't done that.
One other thing, I was reading this,
Right,
does
I
this
know the
mean that
HVACs
you can
are
also,
already
like, for pools, for instance, could you build a pool all the way up to the fence line, essentially, like build anything?
This doesn't change this,
No.
the part of the code that addresses swimming
Okay,
pools.
okay.
So swimming pools are not allowed in the setback, except that the coping on a swimming pool is allowed into the setback.
Okay,
So I didn't try to change that
okay,
in this draft, in this ordinance. That's,
okay.
Any other discussion, council, for, to give guidance to the planning and zoning? All of these issues obviously will be discussed and addressed and talked about at planning and zoning. Hopefully we'll be able to achieve a lasting quorum at some point. so
well,
that
and
everybody-
this agenda item also requests that we schedule a joint meeting with planning and zoning to address this ordinance.
Absolutely.
So,
I think we already, and you tell Ashley to send a
Yes.
Google poll on when we can,
Yep.
so. In the earlier agenda item, we talked about sending out a poll to see when we could set that up, so.
right,
Okay. Can
Okay.
I,
Yes.
so,
is this gonna be two separate meetings? Is it a special city council meeting and then also a joint meeting? I'm remembering a special council meeting, or is this just?
I think we call a joint meeting and we do both things.
Okay.
We do both the action with respect to the
Building height.
Height, height and
setbacks.
setback, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
And this.
great.
Okay. I don't think there's action to be taken, but if I'm wrong, correct me.
Well, the action would be, I move that we ask the city administrator to set up a joint meeting with planning and zoning and the city council as soon as possible to address this item as well as the other, address this amendment to the yard language in the code as well as the height issues that we discussed earlier in the evening.
Heard the motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Any other items on 29? All right, with that, council will move on to agenda item number 30. And I will pull up an update regarding the cost-saving measure related to the payout of accrued sick leave and comp time to Dana Risbay. And we will, it's the chair's intent to go into executive session, give you a quick briefing on this. It went very well, just to kind of set the tone. It's going to be a pretty quick and easy executive session. Then we'll come back and have a discussion related to the Personnel Policies Handbook. And we are and with that, we will go into executive session at 9:43 p.m. Convene in Ms. Wayman's office. Okay, council will re-adjourn into regular session and close out the executive session at 9:56 PM, and no action was taken in executive session. And with that, unless there's nothing left on item number 30. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 31. Discussion and possible action on a resolution amending the personnel policies handbook. And with that, I'm going to give Ashley a moment to collect her thoughts and let you all know that we're so council, in the past we've attempted to address this issue in that we have some inconsistencies within our personnel handbook, and we've had historically been exposed to a great deal of, I'll call it liability, in that when we have employees leave employment, especially our long tenured employees, the payout amounts that we've had at those times have been significant and have caused budgetary strains on the city. So with the amount of turnover that we've had recently, we see an opportunity here to treat everyone fairly and to set some kind of reasonable standards here within our personnel policy handbook in a way that I think everyone will be okay with, and also be fiscally responsible from council's perspective in how we handle some of our personnel issues going forward. So with that, hopefully I've given Ashley time to collect her thoughts, and she's going to walk us through kind of a line-by-line discussion of these items. And I will say, give a thank you to our law firm, our city attorney law firm, that they did good work in trying to help us work through some of these issues, and also look at standard practices in other cities to bring to us something that is workable and doable and works for our particular situation. So with that, Ms. Wayman, if you'd kind of walk us through.
All right, so we took kind of our entire benefits section 13 of our handbook. There were a few things we were really aiming for, and then others that were just cleanups along the way since we already had these sections in front of us. 13.1 vacation, we did kind of clarify the initial review period of employment to be 6 months, so that just to make it clear that you are able to take your, you're able to take your vacation after your 6 months of employment, unless approved. We also
and I'll jump in here on a few
yeah.
of these. And this we had sort of implemented this as a standard practice anyway, and it's pretty standard across most industries, but this just kind of codifies that in the handbook.
Mm-hmm. We also put, with obviously all of these are with the discretion of the city administrator, but to not allow more than 15 concurrent business days. Of course, if someone's taking their dream vacation for 4 weeks or 3 weeks, obviously open to those.
Shouldn't that be consecutive instead of concurrent? Because concurrent would be taking 15 days on the same day, right? If it's concurrent.
Oh yeah, you're
That's
probably right
fine.
about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
okay.
change that to consecutive.
There you go.
Good job.
I'm sitting there going, if you have concurrent criminal
Concurrent.
sentences, they're happening on the same time, right?
Yeah.
So,
One day, 15
Yeah.
days is what you're getting charged.
yes.
Great catch.
Good catch. We
Absolutely.
all read it many times and did not. Yes, consecutive.
Item 13.1.3 was amended to include the payout provisions, just so that was clear that that's what was contained in this section. There was a section where the mayor was able to approve for employees to accrue over their maximum accrual. The mayor didn't
It's
want to be
inappropriate.
doing that.
Yeah, well, it's inappropriate. I
Right.
mean, you are the appropriators, and it is my job to execute that appropriation and to give me, or any mayor. I mean, honestly, I probably would be the bad cop and would protect it. But allowing any mayor to obligate you to funds on an ongoing basis is not. It's not appropriate, so I'm taking that power away from myself, or suggesting that you take it away from me.
That also, right underneath that, it says that shall be paid at their present rate of salary for any vacation accrued up to this stated accrual cap in 13.1.1, but there's no accrual cap in 13.1.1.
Yeah, the accrual cap is in the paragraph above it, I think.
Is that in? I know it's 2 times your annual accrual. Where does it? Is that?
That's just in the paragraph above it.
That was my
That's-
comment too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what-
I think it was a typo.
It's in 13.1.3, the first paragraph is where it says, cannot hold over more than the sum of the employee's present vacation accrual plus the previous year.
Okay.
I think that was left over from an earlier draft, and we didn't catch when we edited
Okay.
it out of the earlier draft.
Right. We'll make it clear that that's in the paragraph stated above, as opposed to
I would actually just say in this section.
in this section.
Would you be okay with that? So up to the stated accrual cap in this section or as prescribed by law.
Yep, great.
We added in some cleanup language here for if someone were to terminate their employment with the city within 6 months, they would not receive that vacation. That's all also standard, but not something we had in our policy. Holidays, basically just some cleanup to talk about approval of the holiday calendar, as well as if you're absent without approval before or after a holiday, that you aren't paid for that holiday as an employee.
So we don't prorate holiday pay for part-time employees?
I believe we do.
Well, it says only full-time regular employees are entitled to holiday pay.
Right, I think they just don't.
It's only an entitlement.
Mm-hmm.
What would be your what would be your suggestion?
That part-time employees receive a prorated amount? I mean, that's the way we have it. If somebody works, instead of 40 hours a week, they work 30 hours a week, they would get, 75% of a holiday. They'd get 6 hours of pay for a holiday instead of 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of saying a part-time employee gets no holiday pay, it just, the way I read
we could just
this.
strike that sentence and then it would all employees.
I have a different question on this section.
All right, one second. Let's.
We could either make it kind of mirror 13.1.2 about part-time regular employees accruing vacation based on the hours they work. It could also be
Right.
similar language for
Right.
holidays.
Right.
Seems fair.
I mean, because able part-time.
Hey, do y'all mind if
Not
we?
anymore.
Because
Oh,
I'd
not
like to
anymore.
not have.
No, we
I'd
rubbed
like
them in.
this to kick into gear after this meeting. Do you mind if we take votes on these edits as we go, so that then when we get to the end, we can just adopt the document as amended? And are you okay with that? Okay.
Can we just
That would
take
be way easier.
do an overview like you're doing and then come back and take it?
We
Is
can,
it-
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so what are we gonna do on the holiday thing? Do you want to just strike, only full-time regular employees are entitled to holiday pay, leave it silent, and then, or do you want to actually address it?
I would do it the same way we do the vacation, like what Ashley suggested.
Yeah, accrued based on percentages.
So then I'm gonna strike only, I'm gonna say full-time regular employees are entitled to holiday pay, part-time,
And work a minimum of X number of hours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
part-time regular employees.
Minimum of what?
What's 20 hours?
20 is what we show in
sick leave?
previous.
fair.
Okay, yeah, you've lost me. How do you wanna do it?
We'll
The same
kind
way
of
as
copy this
13.1.2,
language here. Mm-hmm.
where we talk about vacation accrual.
Yeah.
Just do that.
I have a question on 13.1.3. When
One
we get
second.
there.
Yep,
Or
one second.
can you have a change?
Okay, so part-time, so do you have Because I'm going to come back and we're going to adopt these as amendments. So are you good on what this is going to be?
Yes, well, I just we'll word this, similarly for part-time regular employees as section 13.1.2. If that is adequate. Mm-hmm.
I just answered my question.
Good work, Deb.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, well, you guys be thinking about how we're going to make that motion in a minute. Okay,
So at the bottom of 13.2, the last sentence,
yes, ma'am.
where it says an exempt employee who is scheduled to work on an official holiday, they take the holiday at a later date. I think there should be an exempt employee who works on an official holiday, it may take, because it doesn't matter if you're scheduled to work, if you don't show up, you shouldn't get the holiday and another day.
Okay,
You actually have to work it.
got it.
Good
Okay.
point.
All right, and Ms. Brown, did you?
Well, I kind of have answered the question. I've seen in several of these that the employee is paid for the accrued comp time at their present rate of salary. We're not going to be able to account for that because we don't know what their rate of pay will be at the time they choose to opt in. And it may not be that big a difference, but for example, on the vacation accrual, you could have up to 2 years, and typically a salary is going to change during that 2-year period. And then if it gets, then when you add all of this up, it's a pretty good bump as compared to accruing it at the rate they were paid at the time it accrued.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But
Right.
I think typically you get paid whatever you're
Whatever,
earning when
yeah.
you cash it in.
Yeah, and there's a time value of money. I mean, if they're
Right.
not taking the money,
Right.
you know, so it probably balances out overall.
yeah,
I mean,
you
it's
just
an
kinda-
accounting-
Your cash fund is never going to be big enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a time value of money on Abel's time, too.
It's an
Yes.
accounting nightmare. It's accounting nightmare
Okay,
to do
just
that any other
yeah.
way.
No, it's a
Yes,
good point.
That may be
Yeah.
typical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Next.
All right, moving on to section 13.3, jury duty. Just some
Basic stuff.
cleanup there to make sure that
Oh.
there's adequate proof. Yes, yes. Yep, okay.
I have a
oh,
question.
okay.
This is a drafting on 13.2.
Okay.
Holiday pay is received for a legal and declared holiday in the first sentence. Then the council will review and approve holidays. Then in the very last, an exempt employee who is scheduled to work on any official holiday. I think we use holiday pay is received for official holidays in the first line. City council will review and approve official holidays. And then an exempt employee who's scheduled to work on any official holiday, so we know we're using the same term. It's-
Okay. So
There's not 3 different types of holidays.
pay is received for all official holidays.
Who works on an official holiday?
Okay. All right. We have that.
Military and bereavement leave are really just cleanups to talk about. You can take that from the moment you begin employment. You don't have to wait your 6 months, similarly to vacation.
What does this mean, though, on the military leave? Full-time regular employees who provide services in uniformed services?
It means that it's a very specific term and it's very complicated and we just punted.
So legal.
Because is that like an official term?
Yeah,
Because it does not make,
I think it's,
it does not make
Who
sense to
serve,
me in,
Who serve.
in regular
uniform
English.
Services.
Yeah.
Correct, and I will say, I apologize, Attorney Rodriguez is the one who I believe worked with staff on this, but those terms are probably what's defined within the federal regulations
Okay.
for leave, for military leave requirements for pay, and therefore that's why they're utilized in that context.
Okay. All right. I had somebody say one time, my boss said, asked our attorney, he said, I don't think attorneys take the same English class that I did. So,
Yeah. All right, 13.6.
13.6 bereavement leave. We also included, if you're gonna, you can be gone for more days for bereavement leave, but you would need to use vacation, sick, or comp time and have prior approval.
so
I
then
have
that's
a
not
question.
bereavement leave.
Right. I think it was just to make it clear that you can extend it. We just can only give you 3 days, and so you can take more, and I guess we can consider it, but you'll have to use another leave bank.
Well, I guess, to me, this doesn't clarify, if you have 3 family members that pass away in a year, you get 3 days for each of them? You only get 3 days for a year.
It looks like in the calendar year.
That's what it looks like.
So you only get it one time?
That's what the amendment appears.
Where's it say in the calendar?
I read it to say that, yes, you can have up to 3 working days in the calendar year to be utilized for bereavement leave, and that's how you have designated it as the employee.
But we don't say that up at the top, we only say it at the bottom, where it says that,
Okay, yeah.
that added language at the bottom is not clear.
Okay?
Which the employee.
Because if you
needs-
say an absence exceeding 3 working days makes it sound like you're, instead of taking 3 days for one instance, you're taking 4 or 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have to use something else, but it doesn't say if you have multiple occurrences, how that gets addressed.
So maybe if we said employees may be paid for leave exceeding, but see, it's plural because it could be, like you're saying, it could be multiple instances of leave I need to take. I've taken bereavement leave for 1 day this month. The next month I want to take bereavement leave for 3 days. I'm going to be then bumping over outside of my bereavement leave because I will have already, that will exceed those 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we say employees may be paid for bereavement leave exceeding 3 working days in a calendar year if they utilize accrued vacation, sick leave, or compensatory time and have prior approval? And take out the word
That sounds-
absences?
that sounds-
I would be more inclined to reduce the eligible. I don't like limiting only to one time, because if you have a death in the family, you know, it already sucks, and if you have more than one in a year, and then you say, yeah, sorry, you used yours, you don't get any more,
Mm-hmm.
that's tough.
Per event of loss.
Yeah, that could, in the first section there, up to 3 working days per.
How do you
See
say
if
that?
we have a term that we've already
Yeah.
got used in here anywhere.
For any reason stated. Well, I hate to say that.
State the rule and then say for absences in excess of, then.
Occurrence.
For
I
occurrence.
don't even know that you need to add that taking more than 3 days, because if you say you get bereavement pay of 3 days per occurrence,
Right.
and if you need to take more than that, you can take your vacation time,
Mm-hmm.
which is already allowed, so I don't need,
So
think that we
strike
need
the
to
second paragraph
I mean,
under.
I would,
Yes.
In the first sentence, if you strike reasons and say events,
Okay. For the following events, colon.
Right, yeah.
like for any of the following events, that means
Okay.
3
What do-
working days of bereavement leave per event for any of the following events.
And what I would suggest, and the way we have it at our company, is that you don't get to use bereavement leave for hospitalization or serious illness. That's what you use sick leave for. And so that reduces the bereavement to just a
True
death.
death, yeah, yeah.
Right.
Right.
And so then that limits it, so then you can say
Yeah.
you
Okay.
have, I mean, because somebody is in declining health, they can be in the hospital multiple times.
Exactly.
They're only gonna pass away one time. So that way, you use your sick leave for hospitalization, you use bereavement leave just for the,
Makes sense.
for the death.
Okay, so just.
Well, it's
the-
hospitalization, just wanna make sure, so it's hospitalization for serious illness or injury when death of immediate family members is imminent. It's a little morbid, but that's
is
what it
very
says.
intense.
That's what it
Yeah.
says.
Well, I still think you could use sick leave up until the point where they pass.
Right.
I think in practice too, we would just say, go,
Sure.
and we'll figure this out. And
I mean, you can always be more,
Because
Yes.
we will have those people who don't show up and then,
Say,
oh,
oh.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this
My
is,
other
are we
grandma.
talking about, they can, how many days they get paid is what we're really talking about.
Right.
Mhm.
So
that's true.
if you say full-time employees will be paid for up to 3 days, then leaving beyond the 3 days is, you're gone, but you're not paid.
Okay, and then the other things
If-
kick
if
in,
that's
other.
the way, is that the way it works? Is that,
Well, what Sarah's suggesting, I believe, is that, which makes sense, is that instead of saying the bereavement leave is for the following reasons, death or hospitalization for serious illness, when death of immediate family members in it, you just say for death.
Right.
The 3 working days of bereavement leave for
Per
death
event.
of a immediate family member, including a spouse, mother, father, children, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So it's
Okay.
understood, it's in the event of a death, and as Phil said, you use sick leave if it's leading up to that.
Okay.
do we need to put paid somewhere in that sentence?
well, sick leave and bereavement are,
Well, you could say full-time regular employees are granted 3 working days of paid bereavement leave.
yes, you can say that.
For death of immediate family members.
Right. And sick leave, you already have sick leaves defined as paid time, so.
Right.
And then, I have one other suggestion on this one.
Hold on one second.
In-
Full-time regular employees are granted up to 3 working days of paid bereavement leave for death of
Imminent family.
Per event.
members.
an
Per
immediate
event.
family member. Where did the per event go?
That's gone now.
They want bereavement leave per event for the,
Oh, is it still per event?
Yeah, I could say paid bereavement leave per event
Okay.
for death of immediate family members.
I'm sorry. This is hard to draft.
Yes.
And then immediate family members include,
including spouse, mother.
Okay, that's a lot, that looks a lot better than mine. Okay.
are
Got
we
it.
making that one sentence or 2? Is it just gonna be including
And then are we
taking out?
done, and so, and everything else is stricken?
We'll leave and then bereavement leave available.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll leave that, yeah, okay. And then are we striking all that? maybe pay for absence, yeah.
I think we can.
Yeah.
Just strike the entire last paragraph.
So,
Full-time regular employees are granted up to 3 working days of paid bereavement leave per event of death of an immediate family member. Bereavement leave is available on the first day of employment. Got it.
We're still leaving the including spouse. Are we leaving all of that?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I cannot hear.
Yeah.
I think we're leaving
Yeah.
the including to define.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Leaving the definition of immediate family member.
Well, I have a comment on that. I can't
Okay.
hear what y'all were saying. over there.
Sorry.
Okay. It's okay, because I couldn't understand it.
We don't know what we're saying.
Okay.
On the definition of immediate family members,
Mm-hmm.
I would like being a stepmother to include
Oh, yeah.
stepchildren and step-grandchildren.
The way,
Step parents. Also.
well, and it's not even,
Stepchildren.
it's, it's not even step, but in-laws.
Then the
Also.
first 2 degrees of contiguity.
Yeah, we have that somewhere else in there. We could pull that
You like
table
that?
in.
Pull that out. Good, right?
I think we say, I think that we say step, in-law, or foster, adoptive, you know, I mean, like, all different variations of,
We could just leave immediate family members and
Now we just
leave that at the discretion of.
I think that's fine.
Let's
So just
do
take
that.
out the
Let's
definition,
take out
yeah.
the definition, and that'll be, we'll know, we agree that all these things are family.
So you're taking out the listing?
I think so, and then we, because like, I think you make a good point.
You'd probably make an argument for, well,
Okay.
You can put it in.
I mean, I could make a cut, you know, I'm best
So we
friends.
leave immediate family undefined, is what you're saying?
Or we could actually take out immediate and just say of a family member. If I'm best
No,
friends.
because then you say cousins and aunts and uncles and, you
got a
know,
lot of cousins.
Right.
third cousins and,
Right.
yeah.
Good
Okay.
point.
Okay,
Yeah, we
immediate
just
family members, including spouse, mother, father, children, grandparents, brothers, sisters, legal guardians, stepchildren, step-grandchildren.
Partner, don't forget partner.
Well, there's
I
one.
I think you can just add,
Really
add legal
favorite.
guardians, including step-in-law and
Half.
something
Is
else,
step even,
foster.
is that even a, like, we know what it is.
Well, you can be a step-parent and not a legal guardian.
Well, no, but that, I'm talking about for all of these, right? It's like if your father-in-law dies, you have to go to the funeral.
Sorry, Fred. Oh, Holly,
You better watch it, she's still on
Yes.
here, Gavin.
Fred, you know Fred would think that was funny. You know he would.
Well, I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. You could say after sisters, you could say in-laws and step-family members of the same degree.
Okay.
That works.
And then legal guardians.
Oh, here
So-
they come.
What does the legal
The group
guardian
chat.
even mean?
Legal guardian is like you're not a blood relation, but you have been
Well, no, I
assigned by
know it.
law.
I know.
It requires a
what
court
legal-
order,
Yeah,
so you'll know who they are.
yeah.
But who's legal guardian?
What,
Like my legal guardian? Like the
No,
employees
you
are not
use-
gonna have a legal guardian.
you use that term
What?
when,
Yeah, they might.
you use that,
Do you have a legal guardian?
Conservators.
Well, no,
No.
not at the moment, but
Sarah, it requires a court,
If you have a legal guardian, you should not still be an employee.
it requires a court order.
I
You
know
won't
it.
have a
yeah,
legal
but I'm
guardian
saying
unless
if your
there's a court
child,
order.
if you're the legal guardian
If
of
you're
a child,
incompetent, or if you're a child and your parents are gone, you're not of legal age, then a legal guardian will be appointed.
Right.
Those are the two kinds of,
Mm-hmm.
there may be others, but those are the typical legal, but you'll know who they are.
Right, but the employee is
The
not gonna
employee-
have a legal guardian.
I guess we could employ a 16-year-old, right? That's a like
They're
No,
not
we don't
gonna
need
be
lifeguards.
They're not gonna be a full-time
Yeah.
regular employee.
That's true.
That-
No,
You may be
no, we
right
don't.
on that. You may be right on that.
I don't think we need it.
I think you can just take legal guardians out, cause I don't think that,
What if
The-
you're
in
the
the next
legal
sentence-
guardian of a
in the next
child
sentence
and that
that
child
says-
passes?
well, then that's a child. That's where you say the in-law step or,
Okay.
You could
Right.
have, a
I
child
guess
can
if
have
you
a
say
legal
children,
guardian.
I mean, is that
And an
covered
in-law.
under children?
yes, you can be the legal guardian of a child,
Right,
but you are the legal guardian,
understood.
right?
But just-
Okay, let's wrap up 13.6. What do we want?
The next sentence, bereavement leave is available on the first day of employment. I think that the on should be from.
Yes.
What's that?
Where it says
Available
bereavement leave
from
is
the first day of
available on the
employment.
first day of employment. So that's the only day you can take,
And
Oh.
it's
Oh, it should be
available as
from.
of the first day of employment.
Upon, from,
Is
so from.
available as
Or
of.
So, just
It seems like.
because we
as
were
of.
doing really good on getting through this stuff, I thought we were gonna be here till 2 o'clock in the morning, and look, it's so early.
Did
On
not
the
think
last
this is where we would
item.
hit the wall, but it apparently
Well,
has.
I know, and, I guess this is where the worst of the questions are. I was just gonna say, I
It-
didn't
it
know
does
if we
calm
could,
down
we
after.
could
I think we're close.
have,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Let's
I
see.
have only one other comment.
Okay. Before we get off of 13.6, and then let's get off of 13.6, what did we decide on immediate family members definition?
I think we decided spouse, mother, father, children, grandparents, brothers, sisters, and in-laws and step family members of the same degree.
Great. Are we good on
That works.
13.6?
Yes.
And we will
Not-
change that on the first available.
Damn it, Alan.
Just wanted, not to delay things, but some employees might consider pets family members. Just kidding.
Oh, no.
Bill, stay
That's,
quiet.
Yeah.
that's a mental health day, that's under sick leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Girls.
Yeah.
I
All right,
like it.
13.7, sick leave.
So just added some bona fide illness language here to talk about defining sick leave. We also kind of brought up the accruing from the date of hire, and that they can also take it after the commencement of employment. We brought that up into this paragraph. Anything? Good. Moving on.
Keep.
Okay.
Well, is this the
Well-
one where we have the, where's the 240?
That is coming up.
Okay.
And we have the same family member definition here.
Well, no, this just
Spouse,
says,
son, daughter, parent. If you're caring for family.
I think that one's maybe meant to be a little more
yeah.
narrow for the
that is-
caring.
That's,
Well, if you're caring for your stepchild,
Okay, let's just strike that and we'll stick with family members who are ill or
See,
injured.
I mean,
Well-
I don't think you have to call them a stepchild. They're still your son or daughter.
right,
I mean, yeah, it's a step, but it's still first degree. It's your son.
right.
Let's just say family members, strike spouse, son,
No,
daughter.
if you take family
Okay.
members, then again, then you're using sick leave when your
Cousin.
cousin or somebody, you know. I think this is
Okay,
this
go
is
with the
fine.
same.
well, the
think this
good
is
part about that is they'll use it all up and we won't have to pay them.
No, then
Yeah.
you've paid them for it already.
It's true.
By them being
But you're
gone.
not paying them at that rate.
Well, but you're paying for them now instead of later, and then they don't have it when they need it for
So,
themselves.
okay, so change or no change? No
Yeah.
change? No change.
No change.
We good, okay.
On 13.7?
Yes,
Mhm.
sir?
Yeah, one thing I would just want to point out is that, again, we have like the part-time employees language. I would just say make sure that's consistent everywhere where,
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So how is employees' time tracked? Like, do you track time like to a tenth of an hour, to a half an hour?
I think we do. I think we do to the 15 minutes for actual timesheets. For those who are on timesheets. So our salaried employees are not on timesheets, but our hourly employees are to the 15 minutes.
So
Mhm.
I have a personal crazy pet peeve with accruing time at a rate that does not match the time that you are actually tracking. So accruing 3.69 hours just makes me
Right.
crazy.
And that's, I think that's,
And
is that
saying
the,
that you get 95.94 hours per year, it's just, we do the same thing with 26 pay periods, just screws everything up when you try and divide it that way.
Mhm.
Anyway.
I just hesitate to change it because I know that's how we're doing it,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and it seems to be working okay.
And I'm sure times a certain, I'm sure it equals a X amount
I
of
think it.
hours per year
I
that
think
you're,
that's-
yeah.
And I would also like, I mean, historically, in the past, there have been issues with people accurately recording their time.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no oversight of that process. So I would like us to have processes put in place where they are routinely reviewed
Sure.
for accuracy, because that, as I say, it was a problem in the past, and for some.
Mm-hmm.
For some,
Right.
certainly, it's not a broad brush. That is, you
Right.
have those exceptions where people are liberal with their timing.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to know, I mean, is there like a regular meeting to sit down and go through timesheets? Is anybody reviewing them? How is that working?
Timesheets are submitted to supervisors, so it kind of goes up the chain from there. And I guess I can't speak to PD if it goes all the way up to you after it's gone to their supervisor.
It goes to their supervisor, and then it goes to Sergeant Dorothy, and he's the one that submits those timesheets.
Okay.
And then we also get a printout from Able on the PD side of everybody's time that was taken for that month. That's how we submit those liabilities to you as well. So we also are tracking how much time people have banked. So we receive that every month. And so that kind of provides us some oversight, you know, as far as, because we have a list of everybody.
Right.
And so.
Mm-hmm. And then on our end, the superintendent reviews the pay sheets for the operators, and then I review all three, and then I review the final payroll after completion. So I mean, as
I
accurate
sign off on hers.
on mine, right, on my timesheets. So, or submits. I mean, to the extent that if, you know, we can't follow people around outside, but to other than that part of it, we keep a pretty tight hold on those timesheets and review. So.
Okay. Anything else on 3.7, 13.7?
In the third paragraph, right after the part that's scratched out, it says employees who use more than 24 consecutive hours of sick leave.
Continuous.
It should say 3 consecutive days, because 24 hours, it's like,
Right.
that's one day, full day, but you
3
kind
consecutive
of
days.
think 3 consecutive days makes more sense.
Okay.
Because then that's what we say down below about progress reports, 3 working days, it's all consecutive days everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I guess I was thinking that 24 continuous hours is for those who are working shifts, because those shifts may not be an 8-hour day. I mean, it may not be 3 working days, it may be more than that for the shift schedule. Do you guys work?
Or 24 consecutive hours.
Our guys work 12.
Oh, so that would be, yeah.
So if they were
So
gonna miss
that's
2.
when they take the leave, are you just docking them an 8-hour?
No, they
Leave.
are docked at a 12-hour shift.
Okay.
They're 12 hours.
Oh, okay, so leave it.
I think it still should be 3 consecutive days.
And that's how we still do it, is 3 consecutive days, even though they work 12-hour shifts. I mean, if it's 3 consecutive days. we have to
That's
submit
their
that
3
document.
work days.
Yeah. We can do 3 consecutive days,
Okay.
but that's a good
Just want to
point.
make sure
No, that's a
we weren't missing.
Yeah, I've thought that too. That's a good point. Okay.
One thing I noticed going through here, and there's something in the next line, is that we have multiple terms used throughout here. Some places we say supervisor, some places we say department head, some places we say department director.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Right.
mixed together.
And we tried to catch some of those we could. And I will say, after looking through this and going through this with pretty in depth with Carissa, there's a lot that's needed probably overall of the entire handbook. And I think maybe those are things we can come back and clean up uniformly throughout the entire handbook if
This was supposed to be the low-hanging fruit.
yeah, right. We really did try to leave things, even if we saw them, if they weren't glaring and kind of they weren't on brand with what we were doing right in this moment. So, but happy to take that into consideration.
I just want to make sure that we're clear who it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they were intentionally worded differently, or it's just
Right.
has ended up being different.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hodgepodge, and we do plan at some point to go back through all of it and try to clean that sort of thing up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
13.7.1 is a new section. This is to account for a total accrual of sick leave, and there's a different here. There's a 960 here, and there's a maximum on the buyback. And so what we didn't want is we didn't want people capping out at 240 hours and then not being able to accrue any more sick leave. I think 240 hours is 3 months, and we wanted them to be able to get more sick leave than that and bank it. However, if they do meet the requirements under section 13.7.2 for the sick leave buyback, that they would only be paid out up to that 240. So that would allow them to exceed it for purpose of actual sick leave use, but not for payout if they reach this 10 years of continuous service.
But the 240 is 6 weeks.
Right.
Is it 6 weeks, right?
Yeah, but then it's a 960 is
6 months, I think.
6 months. That's
of
a long
sick,
time.
right?
Yeah.
Don't we have long-term disability?
Right, we do. We have
Which
short and long-term.
kicks in after 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really need to let somebody accrue 6 months worth of paid sick leave.
Mm-hmm. Right, that is a consideration. I think it's I think it might be a 60% payment. I think if you're on short and long term, I don't know if that's consistent across the board or if that's just, is it 60% of your salary? So, happy to look at these numbers and
960 hours seems like a long time.
mm-hmm.
Well, make it 3 months.
I mean, we have no limit at all right now?
Correct.
You could do it, you could say, accrue, let me think how you do it. 90 days of paid leave at 100% of the rate of pay, and after that at, another period at half the rate of pay or 40% of the rate of pay.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is to make
That
up
where
for the
you
difference.
you make up the difference from disability leave.
What would you like to do, council?
Well, what I was
But if
going to
you've accrued
suggest,
the sick leave, haven't taken it.
And to be clear, no one's even remotely close to this number.
Right.
Mm-mm. And we might have people at 200 or 300 right now, probably.
The accrual does have the benefit of encouraging longevity rather than payout.
That's kind of where I was on it. I know 960's a lot, but also it typically hasn't ever gotten to that point. I doubt that it ever actually probably comes into play, but I agree that it does. At least encourages longevity.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Sarah?
It may take those extra days to get your disability approved.
Right.
I don't know. I'm okay either way.
We can look at it again when we do the full
If we, yeah,
Sure.
if we start seeing
overview.
something, we can revisit it. Okay. 372 or 1372.
Right,
Oh,
this
you
is
did
the,
that. Yeah, you
yeah,
got
the
that.
240-hour cap on the payout. If
Alright.
if you're eligible. The next change is not for, there is on page 20. Mhm.
Under 372, where we have the section that says retirement,
Mhm.
I don't know why that's under 372, because retirement is 3.8. Is that supposed to be there?
I think so. Yeah, this is the eligibility to get your sick leave bought back. You have to retire
Okay.
and have had this. This is kind of, I think retirement is also used as a benefit listed in our benefit list, that we have the Texas Municipal Retirement System and your
So, just because I'm not clear, to be eligible to retire with TRMS is separate from our retirement,
10 years.
right? So,
Mhm.
should this say an employee must have 10 years of continuous service with the city of Rollingwood?
Well, to be eligible to retire to, we're a 20-year city in TMRS, so you have to work 20 years in 20-year cities to be eligible to retire with TMRS. And then also, like, we've added this 10 years. So even when I hit my 10 years here, I won't be eligible to retire through TMRS because I won't have done my 20 years in 20-year cities with TMRS. So they have a retirement requirement that's different than what we're providing for here.
But the 10 years is with the city of Rollingwood?
With the city of Rollingwood, yes.
Okay.
But you can't just work 10 years and say, I'm gonna retire. You have to be eligible with our retirement system as well.
You have to be eligible with TRMS as well?
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it's clear that the 10 years of continuous service is, I mean, you could be eligible to retire with TRMS and have worked for Rollingwood for 2 years.
That's true.
Right.
I guess that could be interpreted. It's always been applied.
Yeah, you have to do both. You have to do the 10 years and be eligible to retire.
Right.
Mhm.
That's why I just wondered if we need to say that you must have 10 years of continuous service with the city of Rollingwood and then be eligible under
Okay.
TMRS.
I think that's an easy fix.
Okay.
So in terms of the sick leave buyback, I'm still interested in seeing this phased out. My preference would be to say, because as I say, I mean, we're looking at potentially providing payouts for annual leave, sick leave, and comp time. And I think that we could grandfather in the employees that we have now. Anyone who started working before today's date would be eligible for this, but beyond that, this sick leave buyback is distinguished. It just, not distinguished, extinguished. It goes away.
Right.
Because I know that, that someone looked at New Braunfels, but again, it is not, I don't think it's customary for people to get sick leave pay.
Mhm.
And I do think it encourages people to come to work
To
sick.
come in when they're sick, yeah.
And I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather they just take the sick leave. So I think we have other incentives for employees and providing other good benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree.
That we don't pay for sick leave at retirement or termination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get paid for your vacation time, but not for your sick leave.
I
Right.
mean, I had never heard of this
Yeah.
before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, Megan, would that be something we could put in at the beginning of that section that notes that section 13.7.2 applies to employees hired on or before September 21, 2022? Or for those hired after?
I mean, those types of things I thought were in place.
I did
We can
not hear
certainly-
that. I can't hear that, Megan.
I was about to say, yes, we can double check that. I thought those types of provisions were in place prospectively, but we'll double check and make sure if that language needs to be included or if it's already assumed. That you can't go back to an employee who's been working for you 30 years and say, well, we just adopted a new policy, you've lost all your time. I mean, that's not how it typically works. So I'm just making sure
Right.
that if we're going to say you can no longer be, we're no longer going to buy back your sick leave when you retire, what is that point? And I think it would be from this point forward,
Mhm.
but I want to double check to see if you have been in the system under a prior policy. I'm thinking you've got that vested right, but I'll double check.
But I think council is saying that your intent would be not to do that.
What I'm saying is that we grandfather in everybody up to this point, but going forward, any
That's
new
what I
employee
understood.
no longer gets to accrue sick leave for payback.
So if we remove it, but if we're removing it right now, that's what I'm saying is I don't know that we need to include the language that gives it an effective date, because I think that if you have been working for the city under the former policies, that's what applies. So that's what I want to check.
I don't think so,
Okay.
'cause, yeah.
But I think we could
I don't
say,
think so.
section 3.7.2,
Because you can change your employment policies annually. You know, there's not a, that happens.
but you could
all
say
the time.
section 3.7.2 does not apply to employees hired after whatever today is, right?
Right, the effective date of the policy.
And you might preface it with something like sick leave is phased out for employees hired after.
Mhm.
Sick leave
Not-
The sick
payout.
leave payout is phased
Sick leave
out.
buy-
No, I think you're right.
Buyback.
Just use the date.
Okay.
This
I think
section,
that's a bad idea.
13.7.2.
So what does the council want to do on this section?
Well, this section applies to employees hired on or before this date. Just
October 1st, 2022.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fiscal year.
Does that make sense, attorney? Can we do this?
Yes, so we're gonna leave it in, but it's going to have a provision that it is only applicable to those employees who were employed by the city of Rollingwood as of the day
Prior.
before this.
As of, who were employed by the city as of September 21, 2022, or October 1, whatever.
Okay.
And I would say, and it adds at the end of that, employees hired after that date shall not be paid sick leave upon whatever departure.
So that's why I'm saying,
Will not be
but the,
entitled to sick leave buyback or
So if Ashley stays
Will
here
not
for
be
the next
eligible.
20 years,
Not
does she
eligible.
get to
When?
accrue up to 240 hours and get paid it all back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
So
anyone
they,
who's
they
hired
still get to
tomorrow or-
accrue it up to 240 hours.
correct.
for buyback. Everyone who is here today, that's how that would apply. But if we hired somebody on October 2nd, it'd be as if this section didn't exist for them in their manual, I suppose. Though it would be in here so we know how we're applying it.
Well, I think, given that we're looking to hire a couple more people, I would say let's make it applicable today.
Mhm.
That's, I don't wanna.
Squeeze in any quick employment
Two more.
decisions.
Well, if we get
Yeah.
9 days, are we hiring somebody in the next 9 days?
Potentially,
Probably not.
Well, maybe.
Well,
potentially.
I'll tell you on Friday.
yeah. Call you Friday afternoon.
So that would be my preference.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it comes for them to be the only person that doesn't get listed.
It's got a star.
Somebody's got
All right.
Pick it up the face a little bit.
Yes. There's a minor change to 19.0 on page 20. That's military leave. That's also just a legal cleanup. And then on page 25 is our next set. This is just defining the section for overtime pay, which defines what that is, just so we know for the 40 and the 80 hours. For police department employees, I believe it's more than 80 hours in a 2-week time period is what constitutes your overtime, you hitting your amount where you are eligible for overtime. For all other employees, it's 40 hours in a week. Theirs being because they work different shifts, and so they may have more shifts in one week than another, but we're trying to be fair there. So that just clarifies the overtime pay. And then 23.8 is a new section to include information about compensatory time and that how it's taken. It puts in our 240-hour cap, and then provides for approval of the employee's supervisor, and that they are allowed to use it within a reasonable time. That's, I think, part of the Fair Labor Standards Act is you have to, unless it's an unreasonable hardship on the city, you have to allow them to use their comp time within a reasonable time.
Down at the bottom.
That's the end. So is section 18, the FMLA, when we are not subject to that, does that have to be in here?
23.8.
That's a good question.
I'm sorry, Sarah, would you repeat that?
The whole section on family and medical leave, the FMLA requirements, because we don't have 50 employees, so we're not subject to it. But, and we say that we
Where are
have
you?
no eligible employees,
Page 18.
We have no eligible employees, but we have to provide this notice to its employees, and then it says, the city of Rollingwood will provide up to 12 weeks leave for employees eligible for such leave. Well, we don't have anybody that's eligible, and then it just makes it confusing. It makes it sound like we have a policy that we don't have. Or that we're not subject to.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wondered if that
Doesn't
really
apply.
has to be in here.
Does it have to be in here?
That's a good question.
I mean, I can't imagine a scenario where we have 50 employees ever.
I don't know.
Not with this council.
Not with this budget.
Okay.
How about,
Okay.
yeah,
Right.
how about we leave it as that we will remove it from the handbook pending review of council? And if council tells us no, you have to have it in there, then we'll leave it.
And under the workers' comp, and this clearly is in this way, in the policy manual this way already, but we really continue to have accrual of sick and vacation time while somebody's on paid injury leave under workers' comp? Hold on 1 second.
Sarah, where's the provision?
21.7.
Maybe 1.7.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll defer to council, but I suspect that's a statutory requirement
Under workers' comp,
under work
right.
comp.
Is it?
We'll double check that, but I think it is a work comp requirement, but we'll check it.
It's just one of those things that seems to invite shenanigans.
Shenanigans. We'll treat that the same as 18. If it's statutorily required, we'll leave it in. If it's not, we'll change that up. All right, anything else? Okay, so I've got, and we will go back and check this, but I would like a motion to pass this as amended. And we'll just do it all in one. But here are the edits that I have, and we can go back and listen to make sure we have it. We're going to make some changes to 13.1 related to the word concurrent versus consecutive. We're going to clean up the 3.1.1 in section 13.1.3 and just say that it's as described by this section. We're going to adjust the differences and refer to all of the holidays as official. In 3.2, we're also going to add the part-time employee language as reflected in the way it's described in 13.1.2. And we're going to strike that only, the word only, before we have full-time regular employees are entitled to holiday pay. At the end of 13.2, we're going to edit the is scheduled to. We're going to strike that is scheduled to work and make sure that they're actually working it. In 13.6, our favorite bereavement leave section, it will be reflected as the amendment that Ms. Hudson laid out, and to read, full-time regular employees are granted up to 3 working days of paid bereavement leave per event of death of an immediate family member. We're going to leave in the immediate family member definition to include the additional language that Ms. Wayman wrote down related to stepchildren, etc.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to strike the last paragraph of 13.6. We're also going to add as of the first day of employment as opposed to on the first day of employment. In 13.7, we're going to edit to make sure that the references to part-time employees matches the definition that was previously discussed. We're also going to add the 3 consecutive days as opposed to 24 continuous hours. In 13.7.2, we're going to make clear that it is continuous service with the City of Rollingwood. We're also going to add a grandfather clause for the current employees and clarification that future employees this section does not apply to. We're going to check section 18 regarding the FMLA. If it is legally required, we will leave it in. If it is not, it will be removed. We are going to, on page 21, also make a similar statutory check related to 21.7. If it is required, we will leave it in. If it is not, we will amend that to say we will probably just take it out and or amend it to say that the accrual of sick time is not accrued. And with that, those are the things we will do. If you will reference those comments in a motion, that would be awesome.
Can we talk about 23.8? The compensatory time?
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought we did. I didn't know that there was.
Did we talk about that? I didn't think that we.
She laid it out.
We just started it and maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And, yeah, we laid it out, and I think we thought there were no.
Oh, I'm
no
sorry.
discussion.
I thought there was no
So-
discussion.
So, as I say, some places you are encouraged to use comp time instead of holiday pay, and this is set up to where it's the opposite, that employees entitled to receive overtime pay, and they may, with approval, elect to receive compensatory time. And I'm wondering what the Fair Labor Standards Act requires in this regard with compensatory time. And, we had, I'd just like to know what is required for us to do in terms of the compensatory time. And why is this set up to where we want them to get time and a half first and then only get compensatory time? Is there a reason for that as opposed to just saying some places say use your compensatory time goes away if you don't use it. So I'm just trying to understand, since this is being added.
If you're taking comp time instead of overtime, I don't think you can make the comp time go away. I mean, because then you're not
Well, that's what
paying.
I'm asking. Some places require the use of comp time
Mm-hmm.
first, and then go to time and a half, where we're set up to, you have to get approval to use comp time, and you automatically get the 1.5 I'm just wondering what the Fair Labor Standards Act,
Sure.
what the provisions are.
So, and to my understanding, any hours worked that are those overtime hours, so either after your 40 hours, your 80, you'll either get paid time and a half or you will earn time and 1.5 times for comp time. I don't think there's ever a scenario when they just get 1 for 1 once they've worked their overtime,
Got
per the
it.
FLSA,
Got
from
it.
what I've read.
Is that right?
Is that okay? And I do think that you're able to establish reasonable times by which they have to use it. I think you're also not allowed to disallow the use of it if it's not an unreasonable burden on the organization. So if someone, you can't just say, no, you can't use your comp time that you earned last week, unless it's there's a very unreasonable hardship where we have, there's no other employees to take to work. And I know we've talked about that in the form of that 240-hour cap is kind of, I think that's how a lot of places establish that you must use it within a reasonable amount of time, because they'll only let you roll over a certain amount. But I think probably in practice that just ends up with people using their comp time and taking it.
That's how the state does it too.
This is how?
Where you have to use it or lose it.
No, I know,
No,
it's
but you
use it or
can't-
lose it.
you
It's-
can't lose
But I'm
it.
wondering why
Well,
this is set
down
up
to
to where
it.
you
Down to it.
automatically go to pay time and a half first, and then if you get approval, then you can use comp time in lieu of that.
You can earn comp time in lieu, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, the way this is set up, you've got compensatory time is earned at the rate of 1.5 hours for each hour of overtime work. They're entitled to receive overtime pay, may, with the approval of the department director, elect to receive compensatory time off instead of overtime pay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like saying, that seems the opposite of the, use it or lose it. It's sort of like it seems like the first thing you would want to do is have that employee who's worked the additional hours have that time off
Mm-hmm.
to take comp time, and if that's not feasible, then they get paid time and a half.
Right. And I think, when I was reading the Fair Labor Standards Act on this, it's kind of backwards in the way it protects employees as to what you might think. They actually establish a maximum amount of comp time that you can give an employee, because I think in the eyes of the FLSA, it's they're entitled to get paid it's almost like giving them comp time is not as good as paying them the time and a half.
Yeah, because they may never get to take the comp time.
Right, and
Well,
so
that's
it's maybe
why I'm
not a
asking.
fair.
But,
Yeah.
but that's where you start, and if you don't get to take the comp time, then you get approval to get the pay.
Right.
If it's not feasible to get the comp time.
Right, and I think it's just, I don't know if you can, you can require it to be used within a reasonable amount of time. I think we'd like to default to just paying for it, and I think probably in the past we didn't have the overtime budget, and so they've said, oh well, you can get comp time for it, but then there was nothing saying you had to use it. There was a cap at how much you could accrue. I don't think people were being encouraged to take that comp time, or it just wasn't feasible with department needs.
Well, that I understand.
Sure.
If it's not feasible, that I totally get.
Sure. So
'Cause we've certainly
yeah.
been, especially the police department, when they're shorthanded,
Mhm.
they are really
Right.
working the hours.
And they're really the only, I guess, department that normally
Right.
elects.
According to catch-22, if we don't have manpower and everybody's working, well, now their comp time has now increased.
Gone, right.
So it's kind of, they can't burn it, but yet they're, accruing it at a higher rate because we don't have the manpower.
Right. And so I think it might be something where, to manage our liabilities going forward, we'd want to actually encourage being paid the overtime, unless maybe an employee says, hey, I have plans I want to use this next week. Can I get this comp time here? I think we would like to, as long as we have the budget and it's feasible, encourage that to be paid. So we're doing it at the time of incurring the liability, not waiting, 5 years and they've, salaries increased and everything's changed and now we have a bigger liability. So I think a lot of that will be just kind of on, supervisor.
Right. We're watching the overtime budget
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I've base a lot on my personal experience and
Sure.
others that I know, so.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this? I'm sorry, I did not mean to move too quickly for you, Councilwoman. Is there anything else on 23.8? Okay, not hearing any other discussion on this item. I think that wraps it up, and I would ask you and staff to refer back to that sort of that rundown of the edits that I went through, and if there is a motion to be made, I'd ask that you reference those edits that I laid out in your motion, Council.
I move approval to the proposed changes to the Employee Personnel Policies Handbook as presented and as amended through our discussion.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Hudson, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Question, if I recall correctly, Ashley, I thought you had said that we had a previous version somehow, some way that misconduct or bad acting by an employee could potentially have an effect on any of these benefits. Is that the case?
The only thing I can think of is at one time on that, the payout for sick leave used to say, there used to be a clause that also just 15 years continuous service with the city, but it's I think it said, or even termination. I think it included you could be terminated, but if you had your 15 years with the city, you would get paid out your sick leave. That's the only thing I can think of that was ever in here. And I believe that was removed back in 2017. A little unclear just based on the manual we've always worked off doesn't look quite, that section doesn't quite look like it did when it was amended in 2017. And so I think that might have just been a record keeping or a draft document issue. But that's the only thing I can think of that used to be in there that allowed for a terminated employee or, to be paid out that sick leave. I know that's what the council really wanted to, or really did clear up back in 2017, was removing that provision. And then I guess the 6 month employment period, if you're still in that, you're not eligible to get your vacation. And so if someone terminates their employment within the first 6 months, or I'm assuming if they're, terminated for cause or something, that's what that 6 months does, is it keeps us from having to pay out that vacation.
Any other discussion, council? Now's your chance. All right, hearing none. You have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. I think 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Thank you, council. We were rocking along for most of that meeting. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.